All right. Let's see what are we gonna do today. We're gonna untangle this mess. And get some more comfortable headphones going. Let's see what have we got here. Turn this sound down. Yes, please. All right, there we go. Hello, Cat Peasant. How you doing? Merging Cat Peasant production. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Enrico. How you going? The aftershocks are great, but the sound quality is not really comparable to these ones. So obviously, we're gonna go with these ones. Let's do the standard thing. Let's do a sys update while we're streaming. Nothing has ever gone wrong doing that. Hello, Kaney. How you doing, buddy? Let's throw a little bit of the old blue sky in there as well. Where is that? Whoops, that was definitely not the right thing to do. Whoopsie doodles, B sky. Let's post. Let's post a ghost. No. Let's do streaming, general programming. Over at Twitch TV, also live on YouTube. Come and hang out, nerd out with us. Host. There you go. There you go. Green grass platform. I do not know what that is. It sounds concerning. All right, the microphone's a little bit low. A little bit low. What does this button do? Don't start reading that now. Squiggle brain. Okay, so we got a few things going on today, but I don't know which one we're going to start with. It's been a very busy morning in a very good way. I've been working on a video project. Let's see which workspace are we on now. There's 3. You can stay there. 6 is empty. Cool. Cool beans. You know what? We can leave that mounted. We don't need to unmount that for now. Yeah, let's check in with Discord. Nothing from museum. Let's see. Make sure they're not streaming. Twitch.tv. Are they streaming? They are not streaming. Man, sometimes you guys change names on Twitch and that becomes really confusing. Names and avatar. Could you all just please keep it the same so I know who's who going forward? Hello, Skylar. How you doing, buddy? How's tricks? Oh, nice. Hello, Privan. How you going, buddy? How you doing? Right. What should we start off with? Hello, Socks. How you going? I'm good, mate. I'm good. I got this new video project that I'm actually for once working on. So I've been working on that last night, this morning. There's a slight change behind me. You can barely see what it is, but there's something new there. The room on the other side looks rather barren and uninviting, just like I want it to be. So there you go. Single game run. Yeah, so we're gonna do a bit of programming, but I'm not entirely. So the thing is, I don't want to work on the project that I'm doing the video on. So I don't actually have anything. I just realized that I hadn't streamed for a while. So I figured I should do a stream. Oh man, I really need to balance the lights over there. But okay. The first greeting went to Cat Peasant. Yes, because Cat Peasant is on YouTube's where everything happens in real time. Do you guys want Game Doll back? We can probably throw Game Doll back in there now for those who care about that. Let's look at power up and channel points. Where's my Game Doll? It doesn't exist anymore. It's gone away. There we go. It took 1 second. All right, Game Doll. I hear you. I hear you. I see you. I know what you want. You want a bit of this. I was gonna say goat simulator, but it's not, is it? That's not a goat. Some kind of freak animal. Like real life Pokemon. Oh, what is that? Cat with butterfly. Friendship is magic. All right, that is not it. Might as well be, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Should we do a little bit of maybe we look at the Twitch integration stuff. I haven't done that in forever. And yeah, War of Warcraft. War of Warcraft. That's the new one from Blizzard, right? So from Pissard Entertainment. War of Warcraft. Hello, Linus. How you doing? All right, give me a clue. Oh no, this is even less. The hell is this? I don't know this game. It's very butterfly centric. It's like the utopian version of Mirror's Edge, right? Sim City. New. Yeah, I got that. We got that it was some kind of goat, but what is the? I don't know this game. This doesn't mean anything to me. Now, even though I see the text up there, I'm like, no. Oh, is this the new like Chinese The Sims? Is that what this is? I think this is the Chinese version of The Sims or something like that. Kids dating simulator. Oh, Skylar. What? Why are you like this? Okay, artwork. Moving on. Okay, at least I can place the year with this one. 2001. Oh, is it Halo? It's 2001 and it has a distinct smell of Xbox on it, right? It was not Halo. Oh, hang on. I might be a little bit too modern with my 2001. This might be a little bit older than that. Metroid. But which one? Metroid. We're going to go with Prime because I don't know. It was Metroid Prime. I was off by 1, but I certainly not going to win any points for that Xbox comment, though, right? Ah, boo. Minecraft with mods. Oh, man. We only have one mod here. Okay. So, yeah. What should we do then? Should we leak some private keys on stream? That's a thing. That's an option. We could try to do a little bit of Twitch integration because that would sort of coincide with the video project I'm doing, which has already grown in scope significantly. So what should we do? Ukulele, Dev. I don't want to tune the ukulele, and I don't think it works for Dev, but you know. Lovely scope. Lurk away, Priven. Lurk away. Okay. should we think about this then, right? What do we need to build some crappy software? Don't need anything. I certainly don't need no stinking plans to do that. But and writing software without a plan is sort of freestyling. Is generally not a good idea. How do we minimize the? How do we minimize this? Right. Let's do that. Let's see how we can minimize this instead. You wanted to explore cheating in Minecraft. I mean, to each their own, right? But isn't Minecraft, already has creative mode? What's the point of cheating in Minecraft? I have not played Minecraft for a very long time. I used to play with my kid, but no, not for a long time, right? Write enum type variant and make it work. I don't understand the point of that, Skylar, because if we fully implement it, that's one thing. But right now, I think we get like a half-baked solution that doesn't add anything. It's just gonna confuse people. Like, why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? I don't know, right? I'm on the fence what we're gonna do with this thing, but it's not gonna go into this version at least, right? You can pause that one. Fun and weird quirks of it. Well, there aren't really any fun and weird quirks. It's just a lot of work, right? And not fun work. So we have to. I mean, like, how are we even gonna make that work, right? You know what? Nobody knows. Let's do something else instead, right? If someone can figure out how we can have enums and they will be nice, then maybe. But until then, I'm like, a DNS server. Well, networking isn't a bad idea, but let's do some rough draft here, right? Let's go into cargo new. Okay, what should we call this thing? Maybe we should just write this as no. I was gonna say we just write this as a. What do we have that already exists around this though, right? Create Twitch. Let's see if someone that's actually done all this work for us. Four years ago, I don't think so. Twitch Scraper, Twitch IRC, no. Twitch Event Sub, so these two are different. Neovim Twitch chat. Hang on, is this Hardliner? It is Hardliner. Oh, it is Hardliner. I remember him writing this. We need to get him back on Twitch again, right? He's a good egg. Get him streaming again. Okay. Event sub and more. Does this have everything then, right? And there's a lot of people working on this. Why would they do it with submodules? Yeah, that's an expression. Being a good egg. Why are there submodules to running an example? Okay, but there's no reasoning for it. I just feel like people complicate things for no reason sometimes. There's no reason for that. Why is that there? Okay, does this do everything? Does it do heartbeats and everything? There's no plans to support GraphQL. Use me seeing Twitch message. It might be Linus. Hello, Root. How you going? It might also be one of those old expressions that no one cares about anymore. All right, should we do the mandatory thing and write this ourselves then? Right? I got a couple of hours to waste, and then I'm gonna go and cook some kind of chicken. Right? And no one in the sub lounge has commented on my latest video. I feel like my extrinsic validation is in the toilet. Anyway, yeah, let's just build our own then. All right, so this is how my brain works. Do I want to deal with your choice of using Git submodules to see the example or not having everything baked in? No. So I'm gonna spend the next hour writing all of this myself, but it's not gonna amount to anything. We're just gonna bash out some nonsense and be done, right? No, it's for people in the sub lounge. The video's it's a short route, and it's going to be public in 3 days. So it's all good. Well, the next one features a MacBook 2. No spoilers. Anyway, all that nonsense aside, we're getting to we're gonna keep working on the video today, so I'm gonna be very tired. But you know, what's my problem with submodules? I don't have a problem with submodules, right? I like cars, okay. But if someone tells me to get food in this restaurant, you have to drive the car 4 blocks, pick up a rock, drive it 4 more blocks, and leave the rock there, and come back all the 8 blocks and spit on a seagull, right? I don't mind driving. I don't even mind rocks, but why would I have to pull submodules to run an example, right? That, to me, just seems fishy. No seagulls were hurt during this conversation, right? I mean, I don't care if they do. They might have their reasons for doing it. There might be completely valid reasons. There was a lot of instructions on how to do it, but no justification of it. I was just curious, but not curious enough to actually look at it, right? It needs Twitch OAuth and Twitch types, but if Twitch OAuth and Twitch types are crates, they could just be dev dependencies then, right? What did the seagull do wrong? What didn't the seagull do wrong, right? Anyway, it's not my restaurant. I don't make up the rules, Roots. Oh, everyone's so argumentative online. Okay. Twatch. Oh, no, that doesn't sound right. Hello, Theo. How you doing, buddy? Welcome, Raiders. I saw you streaming yesterday, but I was way too tired to interact. How you going? How's tricks? Okay, let's just call this trouble nonsense. All right, cool. And should we do this without involving 6? Actually, should we do the network library instead? Let's do that instead. This is boring me. Okay, already. Spectacular. I'm happy to hear it. I'm doing great, mate. I'm doing great. I'm just sitting here trying to think of something to do while people are trying to shame me for seagulls for some reason. I got nothing. I got nothing, Root. Okay, let's do some kind of network programming, because network programming is actually exciting. Cargo new. What should we call this thing? Some kind of synonym for network connection. Connectomatic 5000. There we go. All right. Now, should we do this with or without async? That is a question. We can do it with async. Let's see if we can come up with a new seagullet. Okay, you know what? I like it. Cargo new seagull. There we go. Right? No one will ever know what this does. Okay. There we go. Fighting with LLM bots? Don't be so cynical, Chibisov. How you doing, by the way? I came across one of your posts the other day. I was looking for something with Win it, and I was like, that guy looks familiar. Hello, Excel. How you doing? Right. So we've built things in the past where we had like these network routers, but can we come up with a new design for this? Maybe. Let me talk to you to this. All right, why did I write that to you with a question mark? I don't know. Yeah, so let's doodle, right? Let's doodle Excali draw. For flip's sakes. I mean, whose fault is it that I can't spell? Public schools? I don't know. I already have this thing here. Can I make a new one? Can I save this to disk? Okay. Save to file. How do you, if I delete this now, can I open this? But that's not my downloads directory. That's also not my downloads directory. That's an old phone. Okay, you know what? Forget you. Let's just make a new one. How do you make a new one? Reset the canvas. Okay. Stupid EU people sleeping. I don't know what to do about that. Well, I'm probably up around the correct time for you, but I wouldn't be streaming at that hour. Focus was a little bit off. There we go. Oh, it's still a little bit off. Oh well, we'll have to live with this now. Can you not do face detect? All right, whatever. Okay, so in the past, we built this thing that was sort of like a router, and it looked a little bit like this. Router, all right. And this were routing all the messages. And around this thing, we had all these tiny bobbins called agents, right? So these agents, there were many of them. And the way they would send messages to each other is simply to communicate through the router, right? So if this guy wanted to send a message to this guy, he would first tell the router, so, dude, here's a message. And the router would be like, yeah, whatever, nerd. And then here's a message, right? So unnecessary, it's not double quote neither, it's simply unnecessary. But the necessary part of this thing is, of course, that we're going to send the message to the router and then to the agent, all right? Well, this was all happening inside the same library. So it's not like the messages were sent across a network or anything of the sort, right? And then the scope grew into this lunacy where, I don't know, it just completely blew out of proportion, and it was never finished, right? And it was kind of a nice solution to this because you didn't have to do a lot of cleanup work. It was all kind of done by the library. So if your agent was closed, the connection was closed or whatever, then it was just throw it away, right? But yeah. What else do you need, Chibiso? What else do you need, right? Should be a little bit larger, then maybe focus will sort of work then. Why do you hate me, camera? Okay, is it the chair you want? All right, I can't win here, can I? Okay, focus. Right, hold it there, camera. Chair stream. There's no chair streams on Twitch. They're all fake, you know. All right, someone actually wanted to nerd out about the code. Yes. Okay, so what we did is we had these isolated units called an agent, and an agent was able to send and receive messages. That was like the entire purpose of an agent. messages was transmitted over channels, but a message could come in from the network into the router. So we could have something that was a TCP connection, maybe TCP connection. And this one could actually send a message as well, right? So it would send a message to the router to tell some agent something, right? So it could kind of work like this as well, right? And that was pretty handy dandy and all that stuff, right? Hello, Hardliner. How you? Oh man, we came across your crate just 10 minutes ago. How you doing? Yeah, so the agent was just sending and receiving messages and all that stuff. All right, so the reason I'm showing you this is because I don't want to build this again. I want to build something else. The Vim Twitch, NeoVim Twitch thing, right? Creates Twitch. It's here. And I saw this and I was like, I bet that's Hardline. And then boop, there you go. There you go. And then I said, oh yeah. And then I said we were all gonna get you back on Twitch again, right? That's what I said. All right, I've had it with this out of focus camera. Let's fix it once and for all. Yes. Maybe I'm just a blurry person. And that's how it goes. I can't win, can I? Okay. What do we do then, right? I'm low rest, that's it, right? Do squats in a bikini? I don't know, man. I mean, I've been skipping leg days. What day is it? Monday. I've been skipping leg days for the last 3 years, so I don't know. We're not gonna start now, are we? I want to have that, like, I want to have that body that looks like I've spent most of my life in a wheelchair instead. Have a few nice project ideas to be nice on stream. Yes. Hello, Robotic. How you doing, buddy? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am out of focus today. I can't help that. I don't know why. The camera is just not liking me. The chair is in focus no matter what I do. Okay, try one more thing. Why is the chair in focus? Why am I so blurry? Come on, camera. Right. Hello, Ivan. The camera is paid by Herman Miller. Too right. Too right. Okay, right. So this is what I don't want to build again. So let's see if we can come up with some ridiculous notion on doing this again. Now, if it says Hardline is in the chat, he's going to say actor framework. But you know what? I'm not an actor. Okay. So we won't do that. What kind of network malarkey is, that's a technical term, by the way, do we actually have? Yes. Message passing. Now, see, that's what we have. Okay, we're not doing that again, right? Why? Let me delete things. There we go. Yes. So we don't do that. Okay, so what is the problem with building a network library in general, right? What's the problem? Well, you end up with reading and a writing split of the socket, right? So, we do just talking about networking in general. There's no plan here, right? Just idle conversation. Wishing we had more tea and friends. Okay, so yeah. Right, so the problem with network programming, and just sort of loosely, there's network programming in a lot of aspects, right? So you got the game side of things. You got the message parser, you got the web. And web is very simple because it's like a request response thing. It's not both at the same time ish, right? But when you have a socket and you want to be able to read from it and write to it, you end up with something that is sort of generally like a split socket, right? So you have one thread or task or whatever asynchronous unit or whatever that will let you read from the socket, and one that lets you write from the socket to the socket, right? So you have something that looks a little bit like, let's say we have read here, okay? Read. Oh, headphones. What is Sans IO? Oh, good grief, fuck no. How much text do you think I can read on stream? That'll be a reading stream if I were to look at that. Can you give me the TLDR of Sans IO? Why and what? PyCon. It's not revolutionary. It's a nice way to write code results. It's code that's simpler, cleaner, easier to reuse, and easier to test. Man, where have I heard this before, eh? You can read the slides on my note. Okay. Writing network protocol without actual IO. So can we simplify this to just saying traits then? It helps my code be a bit simpler and cleaner to work with. It's not revolutionary. It won't change the way you code forever. I mean, it will if you fall down the stairs and die while you're doing it. But hopefully it will help you write slightly nicer code, whether or not you write Python for a day job. I'll show you what I mean. Some of the problems of not adopting this pattern, and you might want to use it in your own code. No. Don't tell me what not to do, okay? I got Twitch chat for that. Tell me what to do. I'm Alex. I'm not Alex though. I'm just reading this. If you want to live tweet along with this talk, no, I don't. Okay. Okay. All right then. Yeah, I feel like that's not I get it. So the Sans IO is just can we sum this up into just write traits where your sockets would be? And I mean, this is how you have to do it if you're gonna test your code. So I can see the benefit of this thing, right? If Sans IO, why is there so much more? Okay, let's just grab this link. Why is this? If that's what it is, right? Network protocols without any IO and instead operating on a byte or text alone libraries allow for reuse by other regardless. Okay, I mean, I get it. It's a good idea. It's absolutely a good idea, right? It is abstraction, right? It's a named abstraction, okay? But then again, if we don't do this, we can't write blog posts about it. So there is that, right? I don't want to be that big. So you know it's good? Yeah, you know it's good because the text is long, right? Long text. Meow. Okay. Meow.
That's also just abstractions, right? But yeah, okay. So the gist of it would be that we have a read and a write. So we're just stumbling back into this again now, right? So let's say that we have a socket, right? This is for all intents and purposes, this is a socket as far as you're concerned, right? A socket, socket, right? Okay, so you can read from this thing, you can write to this thing, but you can't do both at the same time. And everyone knows that reading from a socket is two things: blocking and keeps you away from your T because it's blocking, right? So we can't really leave it as one unit. This is so cursed.
What do you mean?
So if we do it this way, then we're stuck on either reading and writing. And how do we know what to write? All right. How can we write something to the socket if we have to read from it first? Well, we can set it up so we first read, then write. And that's kind of how your artisanal classic 1995 HTTP works, right? Or however, right? So you would read a request, parse it, figure out what the you want to do with it, and then write the response back to the client. Super simple, right? Anyone can do it. But that doesn't work. Let's say that we're building a chat instead. So you are first blocking to read, and then what? No one can send a message to anyone because you're all blocking on read, right? It's not a very good chat, is it? It's rubbish, okay? We're all just sitting around waiting for the other person to talk. But no one can talk because they're all sitting around waiting, right? So how do we solve this thing, right? Well, if we forget about async for a while in terms of async Rust, let's just talk about multi-threaded programming, right? We could... we could, in this case, just have one thread over here for reading and one thread over here for writing. And we have some means to communicate with the writer. Let's say that we have a chunk of memory here, right? This is our chunk of memory that's just sitting here. Memory, right? And what the writer does, it just looks in the memory and says, is there anything new here, right? And it just spins, waiting for the memory to fill up with some bytes so it can drain those bytes right into the socket and go back to waiting for some bytes, right? And what about the reader? Well, the reader is going to read into something. So let's say that the reader reads into some memory. Not the same memory though, right? Unless you want some kind of... echo. This is just reading, right? Okay. Is this sort of lesson on MPSC? We can solve this. I'm not mentioning MPSC here, Enrico, but you're quite what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, if it's not an insult, I don't know it, right? You're on the money, right? Your intuition is good, right? Thinking that MPSC would work here. So intuitively, right, that would work. Your intuition is good, okay? All right, one compliment. Now I must insult you, you shit. No, all right. Okay, so the reading thing's gonna read into some memory, and then we're gonna do something once we read into that memory, right? So we've split this off into two separate threads here, right? One thread, two thread. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, right? It would be interesting. We've written so many virtual machines and stupid languages on this stream. Let's make something. Now, you know what? I want you to do that instead. And you should stream that. You love VMs. You need to go outside more. Okay, we all love VMs, okay? Who am I fooling? The beautiful abstraction machine. Or BAM, as we say. VMs are good. All right, anyway. So this is how we can do it, right? So we can have some chunk of memory that we read from. But what happens when this thing gets a little bit more complicated, right? So we've taken this beautiful socket and then we ruined its life unbeknownst to the socket itself, right? So we took the read part, right, and we moved it out. We took the write part and we moved it out. And now the socket is kind of a bit of two minds here, right? So we need a way to communicate with the socket. What are we gonna write to the socket? So we need some kind of input. Down there, input, and then a little arrow that makes everything pretty again. Oh man, beautiful. And the read is gonna put the value that it produces somewhere. We don't really know where, right? Output. That was right. Right put. There we go. Right. We don't know where that's going, right? But there are things that needs to shut down a socket. So this is where things get in the maintenance cleanup thing gets a little bit ropey here, right? Because we have to shut the socket down. How do we do that? All right. Well, one way of doing it is that we attach it to the input of the writer. So we say, okay, writer, if you are so kind as to shut down if we've written this sequence of bytes into your input, right? So you can imagine that as being serializable commands instead, right? MPSC is multiple producer, single consumer. It's effectively just a chunk of memory that you can write into and read from another thread if you want to. You just can't read from the exact part that you're writing to, right? I think sometimes, but I might be wrong, that the MPSC implementation as we know today in Rust is actually just a ring buffer. But don't quote me on that because I don't really know. With some additional caveats though, right? Okay, so we got something here, right? We got a socket that's split across multiple threads, and you can read and write to the socket and through this means, right? But how do we shut this thing down, right? So it's all going to be what do we actually put in the input, right? So our input is now some kind of command structure, right? Where you are putting some kind of command in there, like a shutdown or write or whatever, right? So if we were to define this, then we would have an enum called command, and it would have a shutdown, and it would have a write that takes a payload of bytes, right? We don't know what they are yet, right? Something like that, right? So we can, well, if we're gonna send this, we're obviously gonna transfer ownership of it. So you could probably be something like a vec instead, right? Lifetimes? No, I don't think so. Hello, Tenek. So we could do this and send that to the writer. But we end up with all this lopsided maintenance that we have to deal with, right? We end up having to write a lot of bookkeeping code for this. So let's say that this is now part of let's say that this is part of a chat that we have, right? So let's make a new one. So we have the reader, and we have the writer, and we have the command input to the writer. Then we have the chat here. All right, not the French kind, right? So we have the chat here, and whatever we read here is going to be commands that we send to the chat, right? To display. So it will be incoming messages. And then when the chat wants to send something, as in you press carriage return on your input device, on your human what do they call it? Human interface device? Is that what they call? Suddenly I forgot what that meant. Oh yeah, okay. Human interface device. Yeah, there you go, right? So your human interface device would just, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself, right? Would have to go there, right? So, but this chat might belong to something greater, right? It might be one of many, maybe you're in a room, right? So this is your representation on the server. All right, you got some eyes and you're a little bit happier about this. And you're in a bunch of rooms. So now we have to track all the rooms that you're in. So shutting down the connection means closing this, removing you from all the rooms, and that's gonna cascade throughout the application, right? Because you have to have a means to communicate with whatever's dealing with the rooms, right? We're talking about this from the server perspective. Client-wise, it's sort of a non-issue, right? Client-wise, it's just a bunch of bacon and a hamburger and we're all good, right? Client-wise, it's just 2 threads, if even that. 2 threads, some MPNC, and you're off to the races. Very simple, a little bit of serialization, and you're good, right? So on the server, it becomes more complicated, right? Because you got the chat rooms, and you got every connected client, and that client is represented as a reader writer pair as well. And yeah, so you can see how this thing gets very messy. How do we do this? So if we were to kind of like briefly knock this out in Rust, okay? So let's have a module called server here, right? New source server server.rs pubstruct server. And then this thing's gonna have a bunch of rooms, right? So let's do a new source room.rs as well, pubstruct room. And since we can copy all the transmitters, this room could have a member, right? So let's have a pubstruct room or a member. There we go, right? That can have something like room. Yes, that's right. Okay, so what do we have in here? We're gonna have an ID. We'll have some kind of use size that tracks members in the room. What else can we have in there? We can have a TX, which is an MPSC sender of some kind. Use stud sync MPSC, and there we go. Right, and then in our actual room, we can have members now. Members is a vec of member. All right, okay, so there we go. So all in all, pretty simplistic, right? You have a room on the server. So the server has multiple rooms, right? Let's have rooms. That can be a hash map of a string, so we know which room it is, and then an actual room. Now, if we wanted to be fancy about this, we wouldn't use a hash map with strings instead, but we are gonna be simple about this thing because I want to. Sometimes I identify as a simple person. I did not just write that, okay? There we go, right? And let's use collections hash map. There we go. Okay. Easy, right? We have a server, we have rooms in the server, but now we have to write all this bookkeeping logic for this thing to actually be able to shut down and remove clients. We're not going to do this without the IO. Or we could, I suppose we could do that, right? So we could do something where we make this not. I'm not sure why I'm thinking about this, because this is exactly what I don't want to do, right? I'm trying to show you why this is a terrible idea. So let's not try to improve on something that's, it's not a terrible idea as such, but okay. So let's have a public function called listen. It's gonna take a port and some other bullshit. We're not gonna care about that, right? So we're just gonna have a static port use size, no, use 60. You don't need more than that, right? So 5,000, and then host is a string. which can default to localhost. All right, and there we go. So these are our two hosts and port. Actually, let's just do this. Okay, goodbye port, right? Listener is gonna be net TCP listen. Hey, listen. ICS, thank you so much for the sub. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? That better be mutable, right? I'm gonna bind it to the host. We're gonna unwrap this thing, right? There we go. So now we have a TCP listener. We can now accept incoming connections. We don't, but we can, right? Okay, there we go. Now we have incoming connections. So every time something connects, then we got ourselves a connection and an address. And then for this to make some kind of sense, we would have to send this to the server. Right, that's our first disconnect between the server and the listener. So now we're going to have some way to attach this thing to the server. So here comes our first channel pair into play, right? So for this, we need to have a server TX server RX, right? Now these don't have a type, so it's gonna yell at me if I do this thing, right? But we can say server.tx, whoops, server tx.send con, and now it has a type. Just like, yeah, don't make that joke. You should never use unbounded. You can absolutely use unbounded. It's maybe not ideal to use unbounded if the amount of channels or messages rather are unknown, and this exists in like a global, like this is some kind of message server maybe, right? Where then an unbounded can fill up the queue very quickly, right? And you can use a bounded queue to know if a connection is not able to handle messages fast enough, and you can drop the connection, right? But if you are doing things that isn't specifically to networking, then by all means use unbounded left, right, and center. I personally am a little bit unbounded. Or is it unhinged? I don't remember. Anyway, so now we're given a type, and we can send this to the server. We kind of have to start the server before we do anything, right? So let's just change listen to serve, and then we spawn server here. So let's call this server spawn and pass in the server RX in here, right? So that will spin up a thread, and then we would be able to listen to incoming messages on the server. So let's import the server, and let's have a new function here. Gonna call it spawn, and let's use thread spawn as part of our, what should I call it, spawn. No, not spawn, start. There we go, right? So we can make a new server in here. Do we need to pass anything? Yeah, we need the RX, right? That will be a MPSC receiver. And it has to be of a kind. So right now, what we're getting here is a TCP stream, right? But we don't want a TCP stream here, because Hardliner says, if you don't do Sans IO, I will never come to your birthday party ever alone again, and I have to have my party alone, and I'll be sad. He still hasn't turned up for any of them, by the way, though, so I don't know why I keep trying. Anyway, so let's make something abstract then. This is abstract. That or something inappropriate. You figure it out. And let's have a new source connection then, right? Pub struct connection that is J over T, and let's just wrap that, right? For now, we don't really know what's going to go in there yet, so we'll add that there, right? Okay, so let's import pimple connection. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a connection here. So the connection equals connection from con, and let's import. Actually, we don't have to do that, right? Yeah, we do. Import from T for connection. T, whoops, near him. Not today, son boy. Let's add the function for this thing. Okay. That's because we don't have the connection here, right? Mod connection, right? There we go. Now we can do it, right? And that's just going to be self value, all right? So we have the implementation for that, and we're going to send this to the server, but we should probably have a means to communicate with the server, because just like the connections, we need to be able to send commands like shut down the whole thing, throw it out the window, whatever it is that you want to do with it. So pub enum command new connection, right? New connection. Now we're gonna have a connection here, so we need this to be generic over T. Okay, but I don't have any T, so I don't really know what we're gonna do about that. But I have some water, so that works, right? Okay. Oh, hello, screen. All right, let's just make more noise. All right, so now everything becomes grossly generic, right? So this is how it propagates, I'll tell you what, right? So we have this thing, sans IO, okay? So, right, yeah, we weren't done with you yet, were we? Whoops. Whoopsie doodles. Okay, connection, bring that in, and then start. Oh yeah, the server doesn't exist. Read the error messages, right? I miss temporas. Okay, fix that as well, right? And then finally, we can now have a command T here, but that means that the server is gonna have to be generic over T, okay? And if the server is generic over T, then probably the room's gonna end up being generic over T as well, right? All right, there we go. Now this is unconstrained, so that sucks. But let's have our connections here instead, shall we? So that would just be a vec of connection T for now, right? We need some way of doing that, right? I'm not going to return self. That will be entirely too selfish, so let's not worry about that, right? Now we're going to send a command here, right? So the command is going to be server command. And new connection, pass in the connection there, right? Easy command. Right, bam, there we go, right? So now we have this beautiful mess. Are you keeping up so far? If you are, good on you. If you're not, well, that's fine too. So we can send this to the server. Let's go back to our server and have a look at what it's doing then, right? Let's actually start dealing with this thing, right? So we're going to spawn a new thread here. We're going to move something in there. What are we moving? We're moving this thing in there, right? And then in here, we're actually going to start dealing with it, right? So what happens is we're going to run a loop in here, or rather while let sum command equals to rx.receive. So the server here is just blocking forever and ever until we get a command, right? Okay, now we're going to have to start adding constraints where T is send, sync, whoopsie doodles, and static. No other references on there. Okay, cool. Huh. Why are you being silly? All right, Seagull, back to you. What's it doing again? Yeah, server commands. That's what we're doing. So the server's going to get a command. I didn't want you to do that, but there you go, right? Can't have everything in the world. I mean, you can, but then you have to be Elon or Jeff, right? Okay. Yes, hoarding wealth. Now that's a different conversation. Okay, so you're gonna get command, gonna read the thing, we're gonna match on the command to figure out what it whips, not a comment, to figure out what it is that we're supposed to do with it, right? Alright, so if it's a new connection, then we have to say self dot connections dot push connection. Right, easy. Now, this kind of sucks a little bit because the connection is we're not able to actually identify the connection as such. There is no self in there. Okay, let's make self. There we go. We need a new function. Thank you for the follow. Okay, rooms. Hash map new. Whoops. Connections. Back new. Right, easy. Right, there we go, right? Once it's mutable. Okay, so a little bit. Right. Okay, anyway, so we can now add a new connection. That's super interesting, isn't it? Okay. But what about removing a connection, right? Let's say that we drop a connection, then we have to have a remove connection as well, right? But we don't even know what connection to remove here. What do you want, phone? Oh, it's music that you're badgering me about. Okay. You can't really put self anywhere, Enrico. Well, I mean, you can, but then we have to make... Okay, the way we can do that would be to have mute self here, make this public, and then call self start instead, right? Okay, that doesn't exist yet. Get rid of that. So now we have to do server is server new and then server start, right? That's the only difference, right? But then we should pass in the server RX here for that to make sense. Otherwise, it's just gross. And we don't want to be gross if we can help it. And now we're going to put the receiver on self. So that will be an MPSC receiver of a command T. Okay. We'll put the RX there. And then this one becomes self.rx. All right. You good? You good. It's not really important. Okay, so removing a connection means we have to know what connection it is that we're removing and how does the connection get removed, right? Now, I haven't touched the game in a couple of days. I'm a little bit behind on the old engines thing. I think. Okay, right. How are we doing? We're doing all right. Okay, so remove a connection. That's rubbish. Okay, so let's get to the other side of this thing. So we've kind of done the server thing here. We didn't even draw that out, right? So we're gonna do this part now, where the socket actually becomes active, right? So when we get a new connection, we're not gonna push the connection. That would be ridiculous. Instead, we have to spawn the connection. Okay. And the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna do connection.spawn, and that's gonna give us a handle to the connection of some kind. And let's just go and implement this thing. Whoops, 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 whoops. Okay, then no, that we can just put this constraint on the input block. We don't have to, but I mean, why not? So what is it that we're getting back, right? The thing we call the handle should actually be the MPSC whatchamacallit, right? But we can wrap that to make this a little bit less goaty to look at, right? So let's use the sync MPSC. Let's have a pub struct handle the channel. That's going to be an MPSC. We'll have a TX here. It's going to be an MPSC sender of some kind. And we're going to import our handle, where in this case, we're going to do things like disconnect and self. You cannot be anything but clone. There we go. So we're going to have a disconnect function. I don't think it's going to have, yeah, it can take ownership of self, couldn't it? No, it can't, right? Because, all right, because. So then we're going to have the connection command as well, right? So let's have an enum called command here, 2 amps, please. And we're going to have disconnect. And what else can we have? Well, why don't we just do this thing, right? Let's say that the sender now sends a command, and that's how we send things to the connection though, right? So the disconnect is a little bit awkward maybe to do. Let's have another one called chat. That's going to take self. It's going to take a room, which will have a room name. It will be an allocated string and a vec payload. You know, normally I wouldn't bother with this thing, but this irks me so much that we're just going to use... let's... arc here, right? No, don't bind that. What do you want from me? Oh yeah, right, payload. Man, sometimes, right? Sometimes. Okay, so spawning this thing is going to give us the handle back. There we go. There's no T there, right? So now if we wanted to... So anyway, we're going to send this thing to the client. That's what we're going to do, right? So this will be whatever the writing half should deal with, right? So this handle is going to be the client writer, or yes, client writer tier. We don't have to have the word client in there. That makes little to no sense. Let's have a new function for this thing. It's going to take the writer tx in. Come on, there we go. And then writer tx. Oh, very simple. You're following along, I'm sure. Self.writer tx.send there. And now we have to send a command, right? So message, right? And this is gonna have the sender, you know what? Fine, right? Sender string, whoops. Room, string, and payload, which will be the arc, right? We do this with an arc because we're going to send this to everyone in the chat at some point, right? So we might as well, right? We will make sure to get some pin in there though, just for MP. We'll do some straight up beautiful nonsense just so you can, right? Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. What are we sending here, right? We're supposed to send the command. So we are sender. Okay, so let's do room, sender, string, room, and then we're gonna make a new command here. That will be command, message, sender, room, and payload, right? Okay, so this is how we can now just write chat. So we just iterate through all the handle and call send. So on the server side, we don't really want connections, we actually want handles, right? So we're gonna spawn a connection. This will now do this. It will take the connection that we have, it will split it into 2 halves, and that means that we're gonna have to make something kind of gross if we're going with this whole Sans IO thing. Yeah, I lost interest in that. Well, I guess what we could do is we could just split on connect, right? Where's the connection here, right? So we can take this connection and we can just split it into two halves. So when we create a connection from, we'll have a reader writer instead. So we're passing a tuple over reader writer instead. So let the reader writer equals connection dot split into, or it might be something like try split into, because this is not Tokyo yo, right? Nope, there's no try split into on that one. There's a similar name. It's a try into, no, don't care about that. Rust TCP stream. All right, we're looking for some kind of split here. No, we can clone it. Try clone. That's the one I'm looking for, right? Try clone. There we go, right? So this, we're gonna call this thing the reader, and this will then be the writer, and then we're good, right? That's the reader we're cloning. So technically, we now have two. These are just file descriptors, right? So they're not like chunky data structures or anything like that, right? Wow, thank you for the sub, Scott. Why didn't I hear anything? Was it at least a sub alert? Thank you so much, Scott. There is, Tanak, you're not wrong. I will applaud you for being able to read off my screen. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, buddy. Okay. So we have a reader and a writer. We're going to put that into our connection. Yeah, split and split into our Tokyo specifics, right? So now we're going to make sure that these two are the same thing though, right? Okay. Where did you go? Connection. Okay, let's just do a little bit of bookkeeping here, right? Handle. Connection command. And finally, the actual connection here, right? Now, creating the connection from the pair doesn't actually make a lot of sense now that we think about it. But you know what? Well, we could, right? So let's have a reader and a writer now. Now they're going to be the same thing. So let's be lazy and just do this as a tuple. Wow. Okay, reader T, writer T, like that instead. Spawn should probably take ownership of this as well, because it's the handle that we want to store there, right? You do, Scott. You do. Nice one. Okay. So spawning this thing takes ownership, gives us a handle back. Let's construct the handle, and let's go do this as reader, writer, TT, and then self, reader, writer. What do you mean ain't no W in this one? Oh yeah, that doesn't work. That does. Okay, so here is where we have to do all the grody stuff, right? So we have to spin up two threads, and then set them up with all the channel bullshit, right? Is every move in Rust a bitwise copy, or is it totally deleted? It depends on how you move it, right? Like if you're talking about passing ownership doesn't necessarily do anything with the memory, right? So if I say that let x equals 1, let y equals x, these two, x and y, would probably have the same memory address on the stack, right? But if I return y from this thing, then yes, you have to move because you are invalidating that memory on the stack. Okay, so spawning should now do this horrible thing that we talked about, where we will break this thing into two threads, one for the reader, one for the writer. They're going to have their own communication pairs and all that stuff. So let's make a struct for a writer T here that is going to have the output will be T, and then what we're actually going to write will be part of the RX, right? So that will be a MPSC receiver of some data. I don't know. What do you want from me? Like that, right? So we can send these arced up payloads to it. The reason we use arc is if you have multiple people in the chat room, it's obviously stupid to clone the memory, right? So instead we just increment the counter, but we have to make this arc because these things are going to cross thread boundaries, which would be a catastrophe if you didn't, right? Yes, yes, this is the grossness that I don't love about this kind of programming. I don't have a solution for this, so I'm implementing a bad version of this just to say what I don't want to do. Hang on. All right, that's a little bit stupid of me to say. It's not really a bad version, okay? Let's be clear on that. This is not going to be inefficient to do, all right? This is probably as efficient as you can get without tailoring it for a specific situation, right? Or pulling in a runtime. We could, of course, throw some epoll in there and blah, blah, blah. But that's not what this is all about, right? All solutions can be found at the bottom of a hot tub, but only while live streaming. I'm about to demonstrate the joy of doing networking and passing everything with channels, Tanaka. Something I'm sure you're more than familiar with at this point, right? When you beat Gold Stake Balatro, I'll get a kiddie pool and I'll splash around in downstream. Actually, that's a pretty stupid thing to say, but I'm reasonably confident that you won't, right? It is a pain. It is a horrible thing of bookkeeping, right? That's what that is, right? So we're gonna have a writer, we're gonna have a reader here. So let's change that to reader. Bikini and all. I don't know where I get a bikini from. If I ask my wife if I can wear her bikini, she might reward me with some divorce paper. You never know when the other side disconnects. You always see some heartbeat per call. Yes. Well, you know when it disconnects because you can't read from it anymore. But yeah. Yeah, these are problematic. Most certainly. All right. So a reader is going to have a transmitter, but this is going to be the server TX, right? So the reader reads something, parse it, and then send that to the server. So there will be a sender of a server command. So that will be server command like so. And now we've done the joyous thing of attaching a generic to this thing, right? So that has to be T as well. Yay for generics. Chat is already in full swing with beautiful solutions to just about everything. Okay, so we have a writer and a reader. Let's have a function for write that's going to take the writer as an input. And of course, we made everything generic because why not? Okay, that means that the connection actually needs to know about the server TX, okay? It's a perfect solution. I cannot see a single problem with it. And I think anyone who sees problem with it, you just have the wrong mindset, okay? You have you're lacking a can-do attitude, okay? Hop to it. Did you ever find someone, by the way, Danaka? Did you guys fill the position? All right, so this thing no longer makes any sense to do. So we're going to make a new function for this instead, right? So let's put our reader t writer t cup of t. Well, I guess we change that to server tx then, right? Server tx server no mpsc sender server command t. Yes, there we go, right? Okie dokie. So we have the reader, we have the writer, and we have the server tx. With position, I mean, it's a term for when you hire someone, right? You have an open position at a corporation or a company, right? Server tx. And now we have to clone this thing because we're interested in keeping this around forever and ever, right? And that's a new function now, right? So we can now create a new connection and blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to get over to the writing side of things. So all the writer's going to do, right? If we go back to this beautiful diagram, all the writer is going to do is just going to sit there and block on some input that it's going to write, okay? So we'll do the same thing that we do on the server-ish, while let OK payload equals to self dot, where are you? Rx, no, writer. Rx.receive. And now that we have this thing, we can now finally write. So we do writer.write all payload. However, there's a slight caveat. T doesn't know about write all. Okay, so writer has to say where T implements write from IO, right? Like so. And now this works. So this works, writer. Well, it does if we were to actually take the stream connection, call it connection, shall we, right? It's a con. All right. Make it mute the bubbles. Okay, now we can do this thing, right? So instead of doing this, well, see, that's why I'm here and you're not, Tenak, okay? Because I don't write unnecessary characters. No, since the reader and the writer is the same type, it doesn't matter. If we were to move this over to something like Tokyo, we would have a read half and a write half, which would be two different types. So in that case, we would have done an RW, right? Pi divided by 2. I don't know what that means. Are you like rotated a quarter? I don't know how to interpret that. Speaking of pi, yes, Tanak, but let's be honest now. No one's gonna write any tests for this, okay? Okay, so let's import read. Let's take this as well as generic over T. That's going to be a reader, which will be reader T. Now the reader, all that's going to do is read data, smush them into some kind of buffer, and then translate that into a command, and then you send it, right? And hope for the best. That means we need a buffer. Let's start with a... Yeah, so if we were going to be fancy about this thing, we would... Sounds good, MP. I mean, it's a little bit... You're off to drink coffee and eat pie, and your name is Hard Ass. I kind of feel like you should have said, like, I'm off to chew gravel and headbutt glass or something, right? With a name like that. Anyway, enjoy what sounds like a lovely meal with your mother-in-law. You give my regards. Don't do that. They don't know who I am. That would be weird. Self-task logging off. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day, Squire. So now we have to read into this buffer, okay? So we're kind of limiting the size of our messages. We could, of course, simply fix this with a decoder where we prefix the length and we read into a vector instead, blah, blah, blah. But who cares? We are not going to do that. So reader.connection.read, pass in a mutable reference to the buffer, and that's going to be our data coming out. So we're going to match this thing, and here's our first caveat, right? That can happen. We can get an okay with 0 bytes read. That means that the connection has hung up on us, right? Like an angry girlfriend. If we get an error, we're just going to print the error and hope for the best. And then we panic in here until I figure out what I want to do with this. All right, there's no con on the read or. All right, there is now. There is no read. Okay, well, then we have to say where T implements read. So we have to go up here and add read to this. Whoopsie. Yes, all right. Okay, so reader is not declared as mutable. Does it have to be mutable, right? Well, we can do something stupid. Okay. I thought we could read. I thought we could do this. We make the reader itself mutable. Doesn't this work with passing in a reference to a mutable reference? No, not to the buffer, you muppet. I thought we could do that. We make the mutable. I have to go and look at the TCP stream read implementation now. So let's have a look at the source for impl read. No, that takes a mutable reference itself. Hello, Temporous buddy. How you doing? That's what I'm looking for. See, we can do this. We can do this, okay? I felt guilty, Temporous, because I hadn't streamed all day. The day just disappeared, and then you weren't even here to hang out. I mean, what does that say about you? How you doing, buddy? What's up? Can we just do this? Wait, what date are you talking about? Alright, I mean, I'm just being silly for no reason whatsoever. We're just gonna do this thing now. And be done with it, right? Bank holiday. Nice one. Nice one. Also, everyone's got cake. Then both Temporous and Scott and Hardliner. I was expecting something. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind. Never mind. You know what? You guys aren't gonna pay attention to me, then I'm not gonna pay attention. I'm kidding. All right. So this means the connection hung up, right? Connection hung up like an angry wife. There we go. All right. Thank you for the follow. And then here we got some data read. So the data would be a reference to the buffer all the way up to n. That's our payload, and we can do something with it. And then here we're just gonna do this thing and get on with it, right? I don't even know what we're gonna do here. Probably it's an unrecoverable error, so we should just go right. But clear the buffer. No, that would be pointless and inefficient to clear the buffer. It would make sense if we were writing into a growable buffer, and every time we wrote, we would append to it, and then we would drain it at the end when we qualify the message as done, if we were able to deal with messages over 1 kilobyte. But here, all we do is just write into the same buffer, from the first byte, and we do that every time. So we're just going to write over the bytes that's already there, and we only read what's in the buffer up until the number of bytes that we read. So this is perfectly safe to do, but you're absolutely right, ICS. If we were to build this in such a way that you could read in chunks, then this would be terrible, right? There is a loop, though. There is a loop, but we don't read past the kilobyte, right? How doing? How you doing? Well, at least you were right. That sounds pretty good, Scott. I haven't had a treat in... Well, I had the Bulovs for Christmas. That's as long since I had anything, right? No, I ain't getting no treats for me. But I'll tell you what I ate for breakfast yesterday. You can all be moderately jealous. 4 rice cakes with nothing on. 3 scrambled eggs with cottage cheese, and I forgot to add salt to the eggs, and I was too lazy to go and get the salt because I was too depressed from the breakfast. And a whole sliced tomato. Mate, that was so good. I was thinking like, oh man, I really made it in life and I was sitting there eating this thing, right? It's like, I always wonder what cardboard tastes like, and now I know. No, we don't recreate the buffer, right? So, oh, hang on. First of all, yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. There is no loop. I goofed up. Okay, there we go. We don't recreate the buffer, but instead, what we're actually doing, right, is we have the buffer here, okay? This one is just full of gunk. There's nothing. The memory is probably zeroed out when we start, right? What's this code for my virtual girlfriend? Because my current one is just not working, right? All right, let's draw the memory a little bit more like memory-ish. There we go, right? That's our buffer. Looks like a T, it's a butt. Buffer. Okay, so the first time we read into this buffer, we read some data into this thing, right? And what we get back out from the reader is n number of bytes that we read. Okay, this is super confusing. Let's do this again. Okay, buffer. There we go. So when we read, we're passing in the buffer, and then we're getting some number out back, right? So maybe we get 7. That means that we read 7 bytes into this thing, right? Okay. Up to there, okay? So we get 7. So we're gonna take a slice all the way up to 7. All right, that's the data. Second time we read, okay, we read 3 bytes, okay? That means that we've gone 1, 2, 3. Then we're here, right? These bytes, all the way here, right, contains the old bytes, but we are never touching those bytes, right? So we're just gonna deal with these bytes, right? You're never gonna see these ones, right? That's why this is fine to do ICS, but there will be residual data. Now, if we were to read this in chunks and write these chunks into a vector and then use the vector as a final payload, then this would be terrible, because then if we didn't clear it, because we would be sending possibly nonsensical data. Now, all this data belongs to the client still, but it would be bad, right? Looks like butter. I didn't even have butter on my filthy rice cakes, right? No mayonnaise. Hell no. Too much fat in mayonnaise, right? I'm on a cutting phase now. I'm trying to lose a little bit of body fat before my oldness takes over, right? Your current girlfriend? I thought you were, yeah, but don't tell the wife, man. Come on, man. Hello, Paul. How you doing? I also founded Polygamy Porter-Beer. Wait, you found... I founded Polygamy Porter-Beer. Why not have just one? No, why have just one? Oh, you did get me, hardliner. Yes, so if you're using a vector ICS, you can do some kind of nice things, right? If we were to rewrite this to use a vector, okay? So let's say that we have a buffer here, right? That's going to be an empty vector, okay? So this is a vec of bytes, right? Just writing that out for your viewing purpose, no other reason, right? And the first thing we're going to do inside our, let's just do this thing, right? The first thing we do in our loop is say, okay, I want to know what the content length is, right? So we are going to make content length prefixed payloads, right? So we say the first couple of bytes, right, is going to be the content length, and then the rest is just data. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the length of this thing, right? And I said there's going to be 2 bytes, which is analogous to a U16, right? So we'll have, we'll have U8 times 2. That's going to be a content length. Now we're going to read from our readers with the reader.read exact into our length here, okay? Whoopsie. Why is there no read exact? Why are you saying that there doesn't exist? IO read, but IO read is there. There's no fix for this either. All right. Whoops. Anyway, so here we go. All right. Simpleton. Okay. So now we read the content length into this thing, right? So the next thing we're going to do now is say reader dot connection. Well, that's going to be, we'll do an unwrap there. Okay. We don't really care about the number of bytes read here. I don't even know if this thing returns the number of bytes, right? It doesn't, right? Because we already know how many bytes that is, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the length as, well, first we have to make this thing into a length, right? So that's going to be U16 from big endian bytes, or B bytes, which is better than D bytes, len, and then we're going to do it as a U64, probably. And then we're just going to take the length and... What do you want? That doesn't take ownership of self. What are you doing, right? Okay. I don't know what this thing is doing, but reborrow this thing. Oh, damn it. What do you want from me? Okay, so then we're going to get our other connection in here. And now we don't have to do that. Now we can just read to end into the buffer, right? By doing this, we are reading into the buffer. And here, I says, we certainly would have to clear the buffer, send data, and then buffer.clear, right? So rather, we can start off by clearing the buffer for every loop that we go through. This means that we do call clear once for no reason, but I think we'll live. Thank you, Hardliner. Get on with the Twitch streaming, okay? I miss you, buddy. And I want to see some of the bloody Mario thing. I got hooked on watching that, okay? Bring back difficult Mario thing, right? Yeah, after you streamed that, I found other people streaming that, and there was like a period where I was like hooked on watching that, right? Yeah, enjoy your day, mate. Bye for now. So yeah, if you were to actually do some, if you were to do this with a buffer, with a vector, you would do it this way instead, right? And this ICS will allow you to continuously build up the vector, clear the vector before you do anything else, right? But this is a nice way of reading read to end, right? Because we already stipulated what the end of this thing is, right? When we do a take, this will return an EOF or end of file once it reaches that number of bytes, even though we could probably read more data, right? Now, the reason I'm not going to implement this is because I don't want to write length prefix into everything I do. That would be a lot of work. So let's get rid of you. You bring that back, get rid of this thing, and then bring all that back, right? Okie dokie. So now we can read some data into the buffer. We're gonna parse this data into some kind of server command, and then we'll do a server. Oops. Command. What? What are you? A new connection? No. A message, right? And this is going to have to include some kind of identifier so we know who's sending the message, and that would just be a string, right? Okay, so if we get a, well, we have to know, we have to send who this is as well, right? So let's just change this into a connect, no, hang on. Message and some other bullshit. We get to that thing shortly. So we spawn the handle, and we're gonna do connection spawn, and we're gonna do push the handle. So instead of storing a connection T here, we're gonna store a handle instead, right? Handle the jandle. And what's the handle? That's number 1. Could you let me please select number 1? All right, so spawning gives us the handle. Now we can insert the handle into connections, dot push the handle, and there we go. Right now, if we were to be sensible, we would do something smart here. But I am not sensible. So instead of doing something efficient, we're just going to store a hash map here. Hash map, and we're going to store the connection ID as the key instead, right? And let's make a struct called the connection ID here. That just wraps a use size. All good. Let's do an implementation for the connection ID so we can simply ask for the next one, right? Next, it's going to return self. And for this thing, we want some neat way of adding a connection ID, right? So let's have a static next ID in here, which is an atomic use size, right? Whoops. And what we're going to return is, well, this thing's going to cry at me, okay? Then we just say next ID dot fetch at 1, and that's going to be the ID, and then we're going to return self ID, and then we get rid of all these spaces because I don't know why I wrote them there, right? Obviously have to give it a value, right? And of course we also need to specify what ordering we have. So with ordering relaxed, because that's how I feel, right? That's why I choose this ordering. Now, in this case, since we're not building a lock or anything magical like that, it's perfectly fine to do relaxed ordering here, okay? Do not have to worry about any kind of data instruction ordering, right? That's where the name comes from. I thought it was about buying pizza, but there we go, right? All right, so we're going to make a new hash map here instead. So for this thing, we're going to tell the connection what the connection ID is, right? So the ID is going to be connection ID Next. Now, if you're worried about running out of numbers, you don't got that many friends, so don't worry about it. It will be a while before you do them. That becomes an insert, and that becomes the ID. And we're going to pass the ID when we spawn this thing as well, so we can say who we are when we do the thing we do, right? So that has to take a connection ID as well. Now, that's not entirely useful where it is. So let's go to the root of the crate and slap it in there, right? There you go. Live well there. We have to get all this in again. So fix that. Fix that. That was the wrong ordering. Yes, it was. We need the sync ordering. There we go. All tickety boo. Okay, let's get rid of that from there. We don't use that anymore. And there we go. All right. Spawn now has a connection ID, which we have to name. Otherwise, Rust will be all cranky because we don't name our arguments. Can you not? Yeah, all right. I wasn't quite done filling this out, was I? Okay, so this thing's going to complain because the connection ID doesn't fill the required criteria. And not only that, the connection ID can certainly be copy and clone. So let's add copy, clone, and hash and partial equality, right? So it can fit inside the hash map. What's the trait bound? Equality. All right, you are a vicious beast. There we go. All right, cool. That fits in there now. All is well. You know, drinking all this water has its drawbacks. You're supposed to drink your body weight in water 6 times a day. It takes a while. Was Kim Kardashian lying to us? Was she even a real Kardashian on the space station? Turk Noor with Kim Kardashian. I'll watch that. Okay. Anyway, I saved the file 5 times. So let's fix this. We get the ID in here. We can now do this thing, right? So what creates the handle? Oh, hang on then. Right. There are 4 lights. How you doing, VMT? All right, so what are we doing with this handle? Why am I actually implementing this thing? I'm just gonna throw this away when I'm done, right? Oh yeah, we have the read and the write. So spawning, there we go, right? Thread, spawn, move, yeah. All right, so that's gonna be the reader, it's gonna be the writer, and we're gonna get the handle, and we're gonna return the handle. Oh my god, I'm surrounded by nerds. There are 4 lights. We were talking about the Kardashians. Okay, how do we get there? Yeah, the water. Wait, what? Are you asking us if the context to our conversation is about an arbitrary game engine that no one but you have seen the code to? How you doing, Davros? Okay. So we're gonna create a writer out of this thing. Let's make a... Well, we can't do the split here, can we? I mean, I guess we could, right? Reader T, writer T, eyes T. Fine. Won't do that. Right. No, Davros, that's from Star Trek when Picard is yelling, "There are 4 lights!" He's being harassed by the Kardashians. Not to be confused by the Kardashians, who are not as fascinating. I mean, they never rule a space station, right? Okay, so let's make a reader here. And let's make a writer. And how do we make the writer? Well, we're going to take a writer of self, right? So con is self.writer and the rx. And that's, well, actually splitting has to return the handle. So let's do that instead. Those Kardashian might have asked Patrick Stewart. There is that. What's the world come to? Okay. Okay, so we need to make the RxTX pair here, right? And there's our RX, and now we can make the handle. Not handler, handle. And what does the handle have? It just have a writer TX. Whoopsie doodles. Okay, and then we make the reader. No, we're supposed to make the reader up here. Okay, so what do we put into the reader? Just the server TX, which we probably store on self as well, right? So let's say reader server TX is self.server.tx and connection is self.reader, right? And then we're gonna spawn this thing, use stud thread. There we go. All right, TXRX. I got that the wrong way around, didn't I? No, that's a different RX, isn't it? You should have, Davros. Every time there was a disaster on an Enterprise, they play some horrible alert sound. What was the point of that? Like, Captain Picard wakes up and be like, "Oh, I can't find my pillow. Red alert!" Everything was red. Every day is just red alert, man. At some point, someone must have gone, can we change that to like a doorbell chime or something? We're all like, our nerves are completely around here, right? Yes, it's Pavlovian at that point. Crisscross applesauce, right? Okay. Well, there weren't glasses. There were some kind of stupid tiara they had, wasn't it? Right? But yeah. Well, actually, the virtual reality thing where you're supposed to put a ball in a hole with your mind or whatever. That was it. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, like stupid Riker he was terrible, right? Terrible. All he wanted to do was go to the sex planet all the time with everyone. I was just like, oh, dude, man, calm down. I think that probably was more special effects than not, given that this is from like 97 or whatever, right? Wesley saved the day, and then he became some kind of, I don't know what happened with Wesley Crusher, but that story was more like, how do we get rid of this child from the show? No one likes him anymore. Like, that's a bit harsh, but it's clearly what they were doing. Oh, by the way, my veggies are growing. Just not too visible. There's like a tiny little green shoot in there. I printed labels for them, but I don't remember which one is which. So I have to wait for them to grow a bit more before I can label them. Ah, the joys of being a simpleton. Ah, herbs then, right? Herbs. When do we have it? I don't know how long. It's probably 2 weeks until any of them are even visible, right? Oh, that's brilliant. Oh my god. Can you imagine walking around with one of those at some kind of Star Trek conference? And like, oh look, here's that interplanetary sex offender is here. No, they are not. They're not that kind of herbs. It's let me see. We got dill, basil, coriander, and chives. But I can't put the stickers on because I don't remember which one has what seeds in it, right? Indeed, can do. Maybe it smells nice though, right? Coriander and cilantro is the same thing, right? Well, they just have to sort it out themselves, Dido. Is how it goes. Okay, I want to know if we should just give up on this project or not. No, okay. I was hoping people would go yes, but okay. Okay, so what's the handle issue here? Right? We're gonna send commands to the. Wait, who's getting these commands? Where are they coming from? These are commands that are being sent to the writer. Yeah, so the writer has the wrong thing. There we go. And then here, all we gotta do is call write with the writer. Apparently not. Oh yeah, we can. We just have to satisfy some trait bounds. Reader, maybe? Yeah. Okay. All right. One more thing. Connection spawn. Oh yeah. Then this thing is read and write. Assuming they exist in here. Yeah, that's the wrong write. When you don't even read what you do, right? Then our message is going to have a sender, which is a connection ID. It's all very simple, right? So if we go back to our connection now, and we want to read something, and we're going to parse this thing. Whatever we read, we're just going to send that data. We're not going to do anything fancy with it, right? So let's make a string out of this thing. So we do stud. No, we're going to do string from UTF-8 data unwrap, because we don't really care. Oh, you want a vecchi, do you? To vec. So there you go. Interesting fact. I have no interesting facts today. So the command can now be a message where the sender is going to be our ID. That means that this reader has to have the ID. Yeah, that's right. Nope. There we go. Missing the message. Oh yeah, of course. There's our MSG. Type annotation needed. No, you don't. All right, then self.server tx send command. Oh, gosh darn it, reader. There we go. Okay, so that was it. Now we can read. All right, and then the writer is just going to write whatever gunk we get here. So let's just match on the command here. Now there might be some commands that we should deal with, like disconnect, but we're not going to. So instead here, we're going to compose a textual message of this thing, right? So we're going to format this, and then we're going to do writer.con.write all message as bytes. There we go. Now we just have to put this together, right? Thank you for the follow. Did you play the new one? Was it good? All right, so the sender says we should probably put the room first, right? Room, hashtag room, sender. Hello, Neochromer. How you been? Payload. Is that a string? No, we need to make a string out of you. Oh. It's going all right. How you doing? We do that because we are a little bit lazy. How you been? There we are, right? Okay, so we kind of cobbled all this together and it's somewhat kind of working. It is Rust. I am showing off how to do something awful and frustrating right now. We do, Neochromer. One day at a time, like recovering alcoholics. I don't even know what 100 meow is. I read that as 100 meow. So you have to elaborate what that means. Oh man, we're running out of time. Come on, brain. Get on with it. So we can actually run this and see this in action, right? Ah, well, there you go. There you go. Good work. All right, so we're just gonna put everything together now. So it comes down to the writer that sends a message. No, it's the reader. We're gonna parse the data. There we go, right? So we could also have a command for joining a room. So we didn't really do that. So a message has to have a room name as well, right? Like that, all right? We're gonna panic because we don't know what to do with this. Okay, and if we join a room, we need the sender as well, right? Then all we have to do is self.rooms.get mutably the room. Members.push sender. That is wrong. I'm still at the figuring things out stage, but I'm making progress. I'm working on the game engine, Anathema, the 2 library, and then a video project and some YouTube shorts. So there's a lot of stuff going on, which is why I'm not streaming for too long today. Quite stressful when I think about it. All right, let's do this as a hash map instead. What's a member? It's an ID. No, we're gonna be a sender instead, and then a connection ID. Like so. There we go. There would be excuses if I didn't do any of it, right? But there you go. One at a time, yeah. It's just not fun streaming content, and I can't do the stuff that I do making a video for on stream, because then there's no point in watching the bloody video, is it? All right, so join room gets what? Like that. And then insert the sender. We have to make a member out of this thing, right? Get to see all the bloopers. Hot tub stream when? I don't know. I first have to get a hot tub and then a stream and then combine those two. I'm gonna do some lazier streams, right? A stream fitting a hot tub. There you go, right? All right, let's make a new member here, okay? Member new, and we need to have the TX in there as well. correction command. There we go, right? Oh, you private sausage. Maybe this one doesn't actually need to exist. It could just be a type alias. Rust code is in the rusty tub. I don't know. I mean, is bathing in rust bad? Like, what's the pros and cons of bathing in a rusty tub? I mean, assuming that you don't, accidentally remove your skin from shards or the tub is leaking. But other than being a bit gross, is there an actual... There's no health hazard in being in a rusty tub, right? You may need a tetanus shot shortly after. But would you though? I mean, the rust itself wouldn't be a problem, would it? It's other things that comes with it. Or is it the rust, the oxidized metal that causes tetanus, right? We're all doctors here now, so let's hear it. Is the animals to scrape against the metal caused? Ah, see, you went... No, you can't read what it says in the background there. Yeah, so yeah, okay, yeah, because it's common to have bathtubs as troughs and stuff for animals, right? You put a bathtub out with water for the cows and what have you, right? But with a rusty tub that is just rusty for neglect, right? From neglect, that's how I get rusty. I look forward to hearing that, right? Because I genuinely want to know if that's the issue or not, right? Yeah, but that stain, I mean, I've dealt with rusty things many times. That stain, you can just wash that off, right? But, banned, that's banned in this chat, ICS. But I did find that funny. Okay, so why is the command not? Tetanus is acute, non-contagious infectious disease caused by the bacterium Clostridium tetani. It is a gram-positive bacillus that grows only in the absence of oxygen, is anaerobic. So if you do anaerobics to get fit, you get tetanus instead. It's present in nature both in vegetative form and in spore form. But is that directly related to rusty metal then? So I get that. No, it's the bacteria. So it would be safe to bathe in a rusty tub. It would just be ill-advised for various, sanity reasons, right? Now, I don't happen to have access to a rusty tub or some kind of desire to bathe in it if I got one, but it's good to know, right? Whoops. Sneezy. Sneezy, sneezy. All right. There is, and in your stomach, it's good, right? It should hang out there for the better gooding of yourself, right? Oh, sneeze. I cleaned in here last week. What's wrong? That's not true. I cleaned in here yesterday. Ah, right. You are not so public as you should be. Right. What is this thing griping about? Okay. Okay, hopefully I'm done now. Yeah, I heard the back. Glam, how you doing? Oh. Okay. What am I missing here? Oh no, that has to say struct. Goodness me. Okay, there we go. Right. So what's missing now? Connections command. Wait, that was never a thing. All right, are we done? Can we join rooms now? And then we will do a room here. Like so. And then we'll say room.send message sender. Okay. For member in self.members.iter. That's gonna be the ID and the member. Yeah. If ID is equal to sender, then we're just gonna continue, so we're not sending it to ourselves. And then we'll do a member.send. We have to compose the message, right? Ah, look at that. The bot is back. Good work, Tanaka. Ooh, Nelly. What do you want to send? Member.0 send. We're going to send a command. That's going to be... Oh, yeah. So this is it, right? So let's make the message into a message like so. Will you look at that? All right, then. Command. What's the command? It is a message. All right, what do we need to put in there, right? They're listening to you, Rithel. I'm doing all right. How you doing? Are you still keeping it up? Are you keeping up with the Kardashians, Rithel? So the sender, we should have a name associated with this thing, but we don't really care about that. So we're just gonna do sender to string. Sorter? Sorter? What does that mean, sorter? Oh, that's cool. We know the room, so that's gonna be... We should probably store the room name on here. Oh, right now I'm just throwing some bullshit together. There's nothing exciting here. Actually, the name should be done up here. Oh, I mean, we just need to do this into an arc immediately, right? Done, right? Yeah, it's a chat to demonstrate a pain point of programming chats. So really, I'm just doing this to demonstrate why you don't want to do this. All right. Okay, so calling chat on this thing should make this one... Wait, why do we have this here? Let's get rid of this thing for a hot second. All right, enjoy them Vegas. Okay, that one's an easy fix as well. We're just gonna do... Oh, it's so frustrating to not have the name there. But if we were to do that... This is really silly a way of doing it. Gross. Why is there no message on the message? No, it's called payload. It's gonna be text, obviously, you lark. Right, there we go. So now we can send messages. Assuming that we do this. And this. So all these clones are fine. They're just clones of an arc, so they're just bumping a number. It's sort of a non-issue to do a clone here. Okay, so now we have that. We haven't actually run the code yet, so maybe it's time to run this now. To see where this thing actually goes, okay? Where's the listener? Okay, so this is listening on... let's make a new main function here. And let's just call serve here. All right, so can we netcat to localhost 5000? Okay. Well, we don't actually parse any room data or anything, so we can't really do that. We haven't made it do anything. Well, we did record a macro. So let's go to our connection then. Yeah, we never even wrote the payload in there. So that's like we're almost there. Just need a little bit of more stuff going on here, right? So that's the reader. The reads all data, and then the writer is gonna write the data. We need to know what it is that we're gonna write. This makes a message out of this thing. We don't have a room either. It's just gonna panic out of there. So let's just read the message as a string, and then we go room and text. Hello, Yogurt. How you going, mate? We do message dot split at. Oh, can we pass a predicate to this thing? No, that can't be done, right? Can we split white space n, right? So split white space. There is no split white space n, is there? But there is a split n. But split at is definitely more preferable. You know what we could do though, right? We could just do split n next, right? That would work. So we do split n, and then we do car is white space. Like that. And we make this into an iterator over the splits. Nice. Hello, Celestial. So room would just be split.next. That always works because the first one is always going to return something, assuming that it could end up returning something empty though, right? So that's the thing, right? Ooh. But we do this and we're just going to let it crash if it doesn't work. There we go, right? I honestly don't remember. You should, Cat Peasant. You should write Rust and stream. And vibe a little bit to music you guys can't hear. I don't mind. Okay, now we can just do room followed by whatever. Oh, we're gonna have to parse this, aren't we? Because otherwise we can't join a room. Baby metal with poppy? No, it is not that. It's this is really like metal girl called Rebecca Black, and she's got these like deep insights to certain days of the week, and it's just like touch my soul when she sings. Come in. Hi. Yeah, why do you ask it so suspiciously? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, of course you can. Enjoy. We're eating some gross cabbage food today. Okay, are you not coming up for dinner? All right, sounds good. That sounds pretty bad. Don't feed it chocolate or sausages and it'll be fine. That would be. All right, enjoy. Bye. No, this is wrong. Stream to dev null. That would be boring though, cat peasant. I've done something dumb. It should look like this, which could be on the server instead as a type alias. Right. That's how we're gonna do this. So now when we get a message, it's going to be, it's gonna have a connection ID attached to it always, so we don't have to worry about that. Then we can get rid of that and that. No, we can't do that because reasons. Stupid asshole. Get out of here. That doesn't work. I don't think that one's right either, Yogurt. It's more about this. No, that would have been inappropriate. Let's not say that. Okay, so we have to include the sender, but this is not right. These are the commands that we are writing to the writer. So we don't need a join. We need a join on the server, right? There we go, right? Okay, so that wasn't too hard to patch up. Maybe we can actually run this now. Let's just quickly eyeball the code a little bit. Oh yeah, we have to parse the command though, the server command rather, more than anything. So when we read, we're gonna get a bunch of hoopla. There's our data, and then we'll have a command that's gonna be server command parse data unwrap. You know what? We're not even gonna bother with that, right? I mean, who cares at this point? There we go. Send the command. And if we're gonna parse it, we need to pass in the reader. Whoops. Connection ID, right? Okay, now we have to make this function and we should be good. Can't windmill when you got all the microphones and crap around. I'm going full hipster with man bun and all now. And then no, you would have heard that. That would have been a good one. If that would have happened, it would have been mandatory to clip it. I had a haircut recently. My hair was cut from... I had about this much cut off my hair. There's not much. But we were like, everyone in this family, we just cut our own hair, right? Very frugal. Everyone's hair is also like the same uneven. Like... All right, we don't need C there. We do need that one there, right? Okay, so let's start by making the data into a string. We'll unwrap that. Okay, then we're gonna split. So we'll have the actual command or the split. We can get the split from the previous code here. We already have this. Let's get the whoops. This. There we go. We're gonna split it in 3, so we can have... No, actually, that's not. We're just gonna split on white space, and the first thing we're gonna get is the command, right? I'm gonna match on the command. Whoops. And if it is join, then we make a join command. If it is message, otherwise we just do panic with an invalid command. So we're just gonna crash the entire server if this happens, right? And that's gonna be what we then return. So let's get rid of that thing. Now, if it is a message, this is what we want to pass. There we go. Beauty. All right, that's going to be a string. Don't cut my wife's bangs. Listen. No, I got nothing. Now, we all have the same haircut in the family as well. No, but we all do the same thing, right? It's like, oh, I need a haircut, and then the other person would just cut off a piece of their hair. It's very simple, right? But everyone has the same bad haircut. We just comb the hair back when it's wet, and then just cut a straight line, which means that the hair in the front is always longer than the hair in the back. But none of us ever wears our hair down like that, where it's going to be noticeable. Right, so it's sort of a nobody cares situation. There we go, right? Reverse mullet. Yeah, I mean, it's a reverse mullet if it was a really bad mullet to start with, right? Because for a mullet to be good, it has to be, you know, business in the front and party in the back, but now it's just all party. It's just a slightly shorter party in the back. Okay, let the message equal to split.next.unwrap to owned. And we need the room to be the first one. And that's going to be self. There we go. What are you griping about? All right, 2vec. I forgot about that. Okay, now we just have to make the join thing happen and we're good. We need to know who. Yeah, oh, boo. All right, let's just pass in a reference to the TX then, right? Like so. Okay, so that means that the reader has to know about the TX as well. And the reader has to know about the TX before we do that. So we have to get a copy of that. Like so. And that's it. Why? And then we clone that. There we go. Oof. David Gilmour. Was he one of the Gilmour girls? Okay. We can join rooms and we can message rooms. Let's print this out when they happen as well. That's the command. There we go. Okay. Now, can we netkitty all the way to netkitty Sunday? We join ABC. That didn't do anything. I'm sorry if I was capable of those feelings. Why did that not work? Oh, right, because I wrote this to be length prefix, didn't I? As some kind of simpleton. No, I didn't. All right, let's do that then. Nope, that is not working at all. Okay, this calls serve. No locations found. Are you dead? No, there we go. Okay, we got a writer. Okay, we got two writers. That actually works. Cool beans. We never call server start for some reason. Okay, so the server was never running. Hey, there we go, right? And we got a message. But he never got a message. Why didn't he get a message? So close. Close, but no cigar. All right, why don't we print out message room. I know you'll get. It's kind of magical how things are expected from you these days. Okay, join room. Oh, right, because the room doesn't exist. Okay. That's going to be self.rooms.join sender room tx instead. Oh wait, that's a hash map. I am a simpleton. Don't tell anyone. Wait, what am I doing again? All right. We want to use the entry API, so it's going to be get or insert default maybe. All right. Okay, fine. Where's the entry? Or default. The method, but the trait bound is not okay. That's because the room doesn't have a default. Oh, well, yeah, it can't do. So, or insert. Now we need to know about the room as well. So we gotta do with instead, so we don't give it something wasteful. So we can do this. No, we have to pass in the name here. Oh, boo. Shit biscuit. All right. That was a bit too exciting. Okay, this is what we do, right? Into, and then we clone this here. And then we pass that in there. Okay, easy. So we just have to change this to be an arc stir instead. Right? Done and done. Okay. Really? How are you unknown? There we go. Let's attach a new line character to this thing. Wait, there should have been one in the first place. Why wasn't there a new line character in there? Okay, we'll attach one and be done with it. What a waste of a day. There you are, that's why. Okay. Okay, now no one gets this one. But if we message Lark, there it is. Oh yeah, we don't get the rest of the the rest of the message. We need to collect it. Server. Where do we split? There we go. Where's the message? No, collect, not join, you idiot. There we go. So now there's no spaces. All right. Anyway, so we did it. 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 Everything's amazing. Okay. Should we play a game of Balatro before I disappear? I know that's why you guys are really here. Let's play a game of Balatro. Do I not have that? Okay, let me stop the music as well. So you guys can get to enjoy the beautiful desktop audio of Balatro. Okay. Which for some reason isn't coming through. There it is. There it is. Okay, now the question is, what deck should we play on? Make a new run. Something that we haven't... Okay, we can play on the black one. Wait, I made a mistake. Story of your life. Okay, main menu. Let's do play. You run. Oh no, it was the right difficulty. All right, so we have to beat black deck on one joker left. That's one hand, right? Okay, let's have a look and see what's what. Why am I so big? Hang on, let me fix that. There we go, right? Don't need to be that big. Do a few games of this, then I'm gonna go and make a video so you guys can laugh at that in a wholesome fashion. No and no. Okay. Oh, smudge joker. We can play a bunch of straights then, but that's not really what I wanted. Oh, boo. Okay. Straights? I meant flush. But let's just do this. Oh, no. We can't afford anything either. And previous played cards are debuffed. I think we're gonna go for a full house here before we do anything else. There we go. This game is so good, it should be banned from the internet for some reason, unbeknownst to me. What have we got? 4 of those dudes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flashies. Okay, if we don't get a money joker now, or no, we need a chip joker now. We kind of snook it. Oh, gross. Oh, ancient joker. It's time to play spades. Okay. Now this one is a little bit redundant. I don't want that anymore. We're gonna play nothing but spades from here on out. Oh, I should have wasted another card there, shouldn't I? That was a bit dumbassery. Can I have some more spades, please? Now, the multiplier isn't super useful unless we actually get some point scoring on top of this. So let's see what we can do. Diamonds next time. And I don't have anything. I got no money. Okay. Ooh. There we go. Okay, hopefully this will get us somewhere. Me into the kitchen, presumably to do some cooking. Okay, so we got money sorted. We need a little bit more point-wise. Oh, I should have opened the spectral pack. Oh, boo. All right. No hearts. Oh, hearts. Bye, Ron. Bye. I almost made it. Okay, let's just do a Hail Mary then. So we're going to go for all kings here. Three kings. That's not enough. We need to get one more king if we're going to have any chance of doing anything here. Okay. Is this going to be enough? No. All right, we'll do another run then. We'll do another run, Stickle, and see if we can get some points here. 2 queens, that's, and not 2, that's enough for a full house. That is a full house. My house is a full house. Okay. And then we do a straight just for Enrico, who isn't even here to enjoy it. And let's see, what are we gonna get? What is this deck anyway? It's more joker, less hand. Okay, we want more hand. Oh, scary face. Honestly, that's such a let's get rid of it kind of joker. So we have to play faces now. Is this, where does this take us? Oh, good damn it. Not a lot to work with, is it? Kind of rubbish. Yeah. All right. Well, it's points. Moving on. I need to figure out how I'm going to have the energy to actually get back into making videos after all this, right? So now I'm going to go and cook, and then I'm going to go make a bunch of videos after this. How hectic is that? Oh, 3 of a kind. Beauty. Not beauty. Get out of here. We only want faces here. Oh, boo. We have to start wasting things now. Come on. Come on. Oh, I could have gone for a... What a rubbish luck I have, eh? Well, we got there, but not a lot of money to speak of. Okay, face cards, that's our money then. And then let's hope for something like a banana. DNA? Oh, how can we not? Okay, let's play the king. So we're going to lose another hand, and this deck already makes that difficult. Not loving this one, but it is money. Oh, we didn't even make it on that. Another straight. Goodness me, why are there so many straights in here? We're just playing the Enrico deck here. Strength is good, but I do think we need another joker for this thing. Oh, and I don't want any of these jokers. That would be good if I had the money. Oh, we'll take the shit joker and we can sell it later. Oh, no. Oh, all right. This is money. Let's get that one. Okay, we need faces. Get rid of the king, then get the king back. Okay, we need to start removing cards as well. This is a little bit dodgy to have. There's a full house waiting to happen now. Really? Okay, well, that'll do as well. But no money from that. Oh, thank goodness we did not win on that. More faces, please. Okay. Oh, why didn't I use the strength on that? That was dumb. Could have gotten more kings. All right, so maybe get rid of DNA soon and then get Baron in as well. That's good to have. But again, we're not really... Oh, okay. Oh, well, what a surprise. It's a king. Hey, how you doing, Kingly? I'm all right. It's a bit of a gamble here. It could be a queen and a jack, and that would suck. Yeah, statistically, we have a lot more kings. We have 7 kings, so I wasn't too concerned. But that could have gone wrong. Ooh, the fool, please. And let's see if we can make some... no money. A steel card. Okay, we make another king. But not really. Okay, let's make steel cards though. Steel card is always good. Steel card is a good card. Okay, 2 lucky cards. That will work. For now. All right, what's the blind on this? The extra large. Would I want both of these? Okay. Can't have any of it. All right, let's make another queen, but should we apply strength to her first, like this? So she becomes a king. And then we are... Yeah, we're playing them. A complete brain fart there. Oh, boo. Okay, some queens would be nice to have here. We'll play this full house, though, just to get... Oh, no, I don't have enough points to do that. Ooh, that was a bit dodgy. Okay, we can get through this, though. We can easily make 2 jacks out of that, but I would have preferred to get queens instead. Okay, 3 kings. And 2 tens. That'll do. Get some money in the process, maybe. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. But this run is... Oh, we have another slot for a joker? Okay, we'll take the popcorn then. Why don't we? Alright, really gotta get a handle on this money situation. Okay, let's make you into a jack as well. 2 jacks, play the king. We're really gonna get rid of the DNA now because it's getting a bit risky to have it, I have to say. And no purple seals. That should be enough to win. Easy. But the Joker is not going to be around forever, so we're going to do something about that. Yeah, please. Oh, Death and Empress. Nice. And let's afford some rerolls. Extra large blind. But we can handle an extra large blind without much ado. Yeah, it's a bit insane to throw all those 10s away, but I'm not too worried about that. We want to get all the kings in here. There we go. Okay. Play 1 for the DNA. And then convert 1. But we don't really want to convert any of these. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then this. Oh, we're looking pretty good now. Pretty fancy. Let's make sure this isn't... yeah, all right. That's what we're playing now. Easy money. There we go. Well, not a lot of money to speak of. Oh, we didn't get any money from that. What a scam. You bloody scam artist. You scam artist. Okay, so Lucky Ducky, not interesting. Oh, there we go. That's what we need. What should we crank up? The 3 of a kind and 4 of a kind is probably what we need to start incrementing. But again, the money situation is dire. Not having a lot of luck with this. Oh man, there's not a lot left of you either. Okay, let's just start playing 3 of a kinds here. Oh, popcorn's going soon. Should we? A hermit. It's too early. Glass. Let's see if we can get a hanged man is good. An empress is good. But let's use the hanged man there. Okay, last time we do this. How many kings do we have now? 15 kings. There's a lot of kings in there. We're gonna sell the DNA. I don't want that anymore. Money and glass. Let's make you into glass then. Playing 3 of a kind again. We don't want to risk that. So we need to get the money up a little bit so we can. It's worth playing the hermit. It's not worth playing that now. Okay, 3 of a kind again, but there's no money in that. Okay, let's get rid of it then. More face cards, please. Okay, we got some money out of that one. Yeah, we can play the hermit now. Oh, blueprint! Come on! All right. Okay, so we're getting the blueprint for, I mean, scary face. Honestly, that's kind of rubbish. Let's get something better now. All right, now the run is starting. We're gonna go for Emperor, hope for some money. No, and that can go. Steel is good. Let's get some 3 of a kinds going again. Nope, not getting into that. Okay, high card then. 2 of a kind then. Play only 1 hand type. That's going to be 3 of a kind for this thing. We want to destroy 2. We got 56 cards now. We want to get fewer cards in our hand. Let's make you into steel. And then we're going to play these 3. And get rid of that one in the process. Oh man. I don't even know what we're going to put the blueprint on. I have to... No, I don't have to play the king. How many queens do we even have? 0. Okay, we're never going to get a 3 of a kind for that. There we go, all right. We'll do the scary face then and see what that... Oh, man, we lost the popcorn now. So the mime is and the joker. We have room for 2 jokers here. That one is better than this guy, so that can go. We need another one. Let's see what we get here. We're not taking hex. Blue seal or purple seal. Let's purple seal the ace. Let's see if there's any kings in here. I will take it, even though we shouldn't. All right, 11,000 should be a non-issue. We don't have any purple seals. Yeah, we do have a purple seal. Let's hope for that then. Oh, beauty. 2 planets. Okay. Oh, if we could get our hands on Baron, that would be pretty saucy. And we need some kind of multiplier now. Okay, 3 of a kind is good. Let's see what we get here. Oh, money. So let's do money, followed by more money, followed by this guy upgrading more. Nice. Okay, this is shaping up. We just need a multiplier now, and I think we're looking pretty good. Okay, we could get Gross Michael and hope that we get the fancy banana. Ooh, 3 of a kind, we'll take it. It's a bit expensive to reroll, so let's not. So we play this just, you know what, we're not going to. Come on, Purple Seal. We're going to play this for the money, though. So let's do that. We play this for the money again. All right, and then we'll play this to win. That's 15, that's 19. And then Scary Face can be there. We need some more steel now to make this thing move a little as well. Michael is safe. Stone, don't have any of that. Go for this. Oh, so what have we got? 3 of a kind is really far. Let's start for 4 of a kind as well, because we have so many kings. We need to drop some cards. And we're taking the king. Oh, that's nice, but that's not the one that I want. That's the one that I want. Okay, you have to go. We're playing 4 of a kind now. Oh man, I thought it was always draw 3 cards. That's cool. So let's get rid of you. Okay, that's money. This could be problematic. Okay, 2 more kings and 4 kings. Do we have 4 of a kind of anything? Let's do this for the money. Oh man, look at the score difference. There's no point with this one. Didn't get any money. Oh, we got 1. All right, and then we do... Well, actually, we can win with this. Yeah, we should be good here. I'm greeting on this thing, but yeah, we were good. With this thing, it's a non-issue. All right, let's get some cards removed. Oh yeah, please. That's just free money. That's a disaster. Let's upgrade some free rerolls, but no. No. Okay, 1 more. Ooh. Nah, okay. That was risky and stupid, and I lost money doing it. 5. Okay, if we get some queens, we can upgrade those. Now we got some of that, but we don't have that Joker anymore. We can get rid of Scary Face. I mean, why do we even have that? Okay. Okay, let's see how much we're getting on this now. Oh no, 5 of a kind. I was supposed to play 4 of a kind. Well, this thing will trigger either way. 414,000. So we're okay as long as the blind doesn't truly sandbag us. Yeah, like here. Okay, we need to re-roll that one. So if we can find the luchador, that would be pretty good. Lucha boy, no. Ooh. Okay, what do you get? Level up 4 of a kind. Yeah, we do want that. Okay, let's gamble though. Okay, that one is completely useless, so that was a bad move. Okay, mole is good to have, but we only have one king that does. Okay, we can make another steal out of that one. Oh, Constellation is so good, but we're on anti-6, so I'm gonna skip it. Right. I am genuinely concerned. How many queens do we have? 2 queens in there. Okay, so can we find them, please? Both of them. No. There's no difference. What do we get for 4 of a kind? Hardly any difference between those. 161,000. Oh, we lost Michael as well. Okay. All right. That one was an easy choice, but now what? We'll take it for now, but I kind of need the luchador. Okay, let's get rid of you for you. Let's open this thing. Who knows what comes out of this? We can immolate. Okay, we'll do this. Wow, what a bonus that was. We're really like going all out. Oh no. Because of the, if we look at this thing, all the kings are out of commission. Lucky cards. Okay, you can become a king and you can become a jack. Let's see. Okay, so this is it. You and you become kings now. Okay, so we can play 4 of a kind. Oh, you know what? That one is pretty useless for us. I don't know why I was excited about grabbing that one. There's more points, but damn, that one card shop is pretty shit if we're playing 4 of a kinds, because getting 2 4 of a kinds in a row is very unlikely to happen. But we managed to get the score at least, so we can replace that guy. Let's see what the blind is. I'm getting a little bit excited. Okay, that's not a problem. We don't have any glass because I've been neglecting that one. Okay, we can make could make these into malls, but I'd rather not. Let's make some stones then. 4 of a kind, maybe. 5 of a kind. And works too. 1 extra discard can't hurt. Alright, let's go. Ah, not the purple. Okay, but let's get some money then. We need 4. Let's play these cards. We have 1 more. Oh, that was dumb, but yeah, we're gonna probably win on this. No, not even close. Whoops. 4. I'm looking for the purple seal, and it's nowhere to be found. So that one's level 3. That one's level 3. Okay, yeah, easy choice. That one is for the first card. So let's go for some money then. Ah, yes. Oh, yes. Lucky Ducky. 2. Hanged Man, please. No, but Hermit, easy. And Fool, another easy. There's nothing else here we really want. So it's just money upon money. Another money. We can get some more steel though, but we can probably use this and find money. So we get, for 20, we can get a few rerolls. You know, I think maybe we should. sorry, Chronomancer, to have this effect upon your day. Oh, you know what we could do? Play 3 of a kind here. Actually, a full house. That would be detrimental. Oh, shit. All right, we'll do another one of those if we can. What is this? We have one more discard, so let's play this then. And we do it for the monies. I mean, it's not like we're gonna get rid of card shop, right? We gotta get rid of card shop. I mean, even this thing is better than card shop. Don't get me wrong, card shop's amazing. It's just that we can't really play 5 of a kind and activate card shop in the process. What do you got? Pair? No. Don't need that. What would have been? Well, we are playing nothing but face cards. Why am I even looking at that? Okay, we're going to use this for this guy. Okay, that's clearly a king. More kings. That's 4 kings. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay. Wait, what are you doing there? Oh, no, 1 in 7 cards are drawn face down. Okay, not face cards. All right, I'm a bit simple. All right, we'll make you into a diamond. I just want to see what it is. Okay, it's a glass king, so we are definitely not wasting that one. We can make you into a wild card just to trigger this one. All right, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, last ante. Planet X. More of this. Okay, that's gonna level up 5 of a kind versus strength. We can get more face cards, but I think I'd rather take that. And we'll use that. All right, what are we on to now? Very large blind. 300,000, that could be a challenge. If I keep playing like this. King, please. We can take the queen and, well, hang on. Why don't we take steel instead? The queen could be leveled up to a king. But steel's fancier. Oh shit, that actually happened. Oh my goodness. More steel. Okay, I think we're gonna be good now. Card shop's back. 4 of a kind. Alright, one more reroll. We'll buy it. Oh, stop it. We'll buy it for the sake of this guy. So we just make a wild card out of nothing. For no reason. Alright, I was hoping for... let's see. If we take some kings here... kind of hoping for a little bit of purple seal here. Oh, man. Thank you, game. You are being very generous to me right now. Okay, we'll play you for the money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're gonna. I should have seen what the score is like if we would have placed it there, but I think 300,000 could be a. Oh, well, there you go. There you go then. DNA is back. Let's open some Celestials. Okay, I don't want any of these things. It's like winning a consolation prize, but the consolation prize is a kick in the face. Don't want it. Money? No. 3 of a kind. Should we swap that one for 3 of a kind? That's a lot of mole. I gotta do it because I'm a special person and I like it. That's a lot of mole. All right, let's see how much we can score now. Oh, there's the. Let's just do this. Well, I don't think we're gonna see the seal now. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get rid of these 2. Actually, let's just play this for the money. And we've got the money too. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's play this one for some money then. Ah, no seal. But that's the 5 we want to play. Really? Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we put you here for this one. All right. Let's see what score we're clocking up here. $4 million. Okay, I think we're good. And another 2.2 mil. I mean, at what point are we just being greedy, right? Oh, I can't help myself. Oh my god, Cavendish? Damn, okay. It's just multipliers all the way to Sunday. Oh, we're just gonna play this now. Very large blind. I don't feel that that's a problem. And we get the stone in the end as well. And we can make a steel card to boot. All right. Let's play. Well, we'll make you into a steel card then. All right. Where does this take us? 4 plus that one. Did we win or did we really win? 19 million. Actually, I thought we were going to do better. Let's go for another run. Okay. So we beat that one on black deck. So magic one, I haven't done that one. So let's try that. Whew. All right. So what does this one give us again? This one is Crystal Ball voucher and 2 copies of the Fool. Crystal Ball gives us another one in the hand. That's what it is. Okay. All right. And then the Fool. The thing is, I can never utilize the Fool properly here. How you doing, Codex? Well, you're in the Balatro category. How you doing? I'm just playing Balatro before I head out. I say head out as if I go outside, but you know what I mean. Money or... Okay, it's an Aces run. Oh, but I don't want... No, so we take Scary Face because it's easy to replace Scary Face. And then we got nothing scary here. Well, we kind of have a flush, don't we? Oh, almost. All right. Ow, my feelings. Okay, 2 pairs. Let's try for this. Maybe... Oh, man, this sucks. This really sucks. You know what I've never done? I've never played anything with a lot of stone. So let's do that. Let's try something with a lot of stone. All clubs are debuffed. That means you become a stone buddy. And you know what? That means you become a stone buddy. That's not a stone buddy. That's a stone buddy. All right, let's get some face cards. Okay, let's just go for a full house then. Wait, why would you think you can play a full house when you have the stones? I don't know. All right. Do plasma. Well, I just picked the deck that I haven't finished yet, and then I go with that. But this Joker setup is a little bit grody. They can go and upgrade 3 of a kind, because I do think we need more score here. I need to stumble upon a good moneymaker. Yeah, that's gonna be 6. Wild card. Oh man, none of this is particularly interesting. What I just take the money. Why? Why? All right, we need some face cards. Not to be confused with Facebooks. No one thought that was funny, not even me. We won 3 of a kind here, but I'm not getting any. That's unrelated to the card game. Queenie, there you go. There you go. Okay, 4 of a kind again, but we don't really have it. Okay, let's do spectral nonsense instead. A random rare joker, yeah, please. Oh my god. come on. Hang on. Okay, what does that mean? What is this? Okay. Yeah, we're good for a little bit longer. Okay, so we got this piece of ass. Piece of ass. Sorry. Very arbitrary things there. Yeah, I hate these things, so we're just gonna sell it. Let's just go. I would have reset the run now if it would have just been me. Play a pair. And then get a king. Please. There is no king. There is no king for you. There is no king. What are we gonna do? Well, we can play a pair and 3 stones, but I'd rather have a king. Okay, we're playing a pair and 3 stones then. Whoopsie. Oh goodness me. We can do that one again. All right. So hopefully we get something that is not a complete travesty when we start. And oh, that's a sour choice, isn't it? No, it sucks, Oculus. I can't help you if you feel like it's a good joke, all right? Oh, the bus, eh? And we get yeah, we're gonna ride the bus now. Right. So not playing any, it's misunderstood. Yeah, like an ulcer or, you know, a missing tooth. I don't know, man. Look, if you like rubbish, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, okay? I'm not that judgmental. I'm happy you take it in a good stride, man, because, you know, if you actually take what I say seriously, you're going to be unhappy. All right, let's see where this goes. All right, but whoever told me last time that we can waste cards by doing that, you were a clever clog. That might have been you, I don't know. Because we wanna clock this up, right? So we wanna play a lot of non-scoring rubbish now, and then we save these 3s. For, oh shit, maybe maybe I saved a bit too much. Is this enough to win? Oh, it was. Whew. That was a bit of a risky beast. Oh, hello. What do you mean I can't? Oh, what do we get? We get 1 for these. I can't afford the bloody blueprint. What a taunt. All right. Hopefully we get some money here though. All right. Yeah, this one is a safe choice. That's a flush. That can suck it. Okay. We'll take the money. Right. The bus is better than the campfire, is what you say. No. You're both confused. Look, you are young and confused, and it's not my responsibility to parent you. So you guys better just sort yourself out, okay? I know it's a scary world out there, but you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Ooh. No, I'm assuming it was a typo, Chronomancer, because you said something absurd and weird, right? So I just assumed that maybe, you know, there was a typo, or you know, you fell and hit your head on the key or whatever, right? Oh, when people say outlandishly crazy things, I just have to assume that there's something else, you know, underneath the surface, right? Maybe you guys just want my attention, and you kind of feel like you need me to approve of your choices, but that's not how it works, right? Hmm. All right, boo. Straight is rubbish, but it gets us there. And that Joker is so good. Oh. I mean, oh. All right, we'll just keep playing. Oh. Maybe we can do better than a pair of fives. We can definitely do better than that. But let's play it for the score. Sell right. Are you mad? Are you absolutely barking mad? Sell the bus? That's how I came to this country, you know. Sell the bus? What's next? Sell your child? Because we tried that and it's not possible. Okay, let's see. Ooh, Nelly. Oh, 4 of a kind. Don't mind if I do. But what are we going to do with these fools? You think if I sold the bus would struggle? Alright, should we sell the bus for the rocket? Is that your recommendation? Should I sell this now for this guy? Even I can do that, okay? Let's just see what we get. Oh, I mean, it was gonna be this, wasn't it? I just don't want to, okay? 9 versus 7. Oh, but you know what? Random Joker is always fun. Oh, we'll go again. We'll go again. All right, let's get another random Joker. Oh, nice one. This is my favorite Joker. This one is so good. I just feel like this Joker is not just misunderstood, it's misrepresented. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm definitely going there. All spades are debuffed. Yeah. Matador is very situated. You're gonna say el Matador. Es porque la situación es muy mal con la Matador y no sé qué pasa con esto. Oh. We could make, we can make more steel, why don't we? All right, get rid of these filth burgers. And let's play. No, I want the ace, please. No, you're not the ace I was expecting. All right, this will be fine. We do have a lot of something rather, right? All right, what's the blind we're running into now? All cards in this ant is debuffed. Okay, well, piss. We can take strength. That could be useful if we find some kings. There's no kings here. I think I want steel instead then. Don't sleep on. I never take the tags. I never take the tags. Unless there's a tag to skip the blind. Then no. Okay, we should probably start upgrading our hands a little bit. We can take just about anything. 3 of a kind would have been pretty good. Yeah, let's go for it. Should we spend the money on the Wheel of Fortune instead? Oh, but I got it last run, so it happened. We could make these into kings in hope for another chariot, but the jacks are becoming steel. Let's just steal this up as well. We won 3 of a kind here. Why did I keep that queen? That was pretty dumbass. Sometimes I make mistakes. That's when you're supposed to just look away and pretend that someone else made that mistake, right? We can make that into a 9, but I don't wanna. I probably should have made it into a 9. Okay, we can strengthen this thing. Because we don't have much else to do here. Oh, I'm never gonna even try for an nymph. It's just not, in all pun intended, the cards for me to do that. Nanif is way too much. I don't have that much time to play. Didn't I play for 5 hours the other day? Yes, but this week is busy. I feel a hand of rubbish coming on. Okay, this isn't looking too good at this point, I have to say. If we can't get another ace, we're kind of doomed. Oh, balls. Well, no, we got one more goal. Oh, wow, okay. As if that mattered which one we picked. How are we doing money-wise now? 13. And that's for 3 of a kind. It's 4 and 4 malt. I think we are going to sell the Matador for this thing. But instead of doing that, let's do something crazy and hope for a hex in here. Ah, boo. Gold seal. Enhanced face cards. I feel like you're not even trying at this point, game. We'll take this one. What should we get rid of? Matador? Yes. El Matador. Es no más. Okay, we could either make an ace or we can delete the king. Let's make it into an ace. I could have made another 10 as well, but I am way too excited pushing buttons. Okay, let's see what this... Wow, that is just gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you, game. Please give me more of your dirt. Okay, 3 of a kind. That one will help out. And we'll save the 10 for a rainy day. Yeah, we're good. Matador is a killer card. Yeah, you are killer crazy if you get it. You get Matador and hang on, I got something for this. Should we see if there's any... Oh no, why did I open this thing? That one sucks. All right, I'm sorry if you like it, but it's just beans, okay? We're gonna get the steel. Question is, who do we get rid of? Should we get rid of this thing? 3 of a kind. Let's get rid of you for some steel. Let's go and make a lot more steel now. Right. Well, we kind of need steel for that to work. So this one will give us a strength. That will give us a death, though. So I think we'll do the death here. There's nothing else that immediately pops out. 4 Maul would be good too, but I think we'll keep a death on hand just in case. 2 of a kind, that's baby stuff. We don't do that. 3 8s. We should just be good from here on now. Where does this land us? 4. Okay, almost. Let's do more. Well, no. Let's do that. There we go. That's free money. Okay, so we were... Oh, no. This is just rubbish. Okay. Let's not do that. That's 14. That's 14 in of itself. So let's get rid of you for you. That's 5 at each round. I guess that's better than this at this point. But having the money could be okay. Let's do this one though, right? That you can do better than that. That was low effort, okay? That was low effort. Do better. Ah, there we go. That's what we want to do. Get the money. I feel like we need to like move past the bus now into look at this. Okay. Leave Bus Brittany alone. 2 pairs is too late for you now. I mean, it's kind of a little bit tempted to look in there, but we'll go in here instead. Maybe there's an ace for us. We can make that into glass. We can do that though, because it's kind of nice to have. Okay. Oh, what a gamble that was. What a gamble in the bramble. T-Pay. See, now I'm convinced that you are just falling all over the keys, man. I don't know. Do I send help? What do I do? What do I do at this point? You seem to be beyond help. When someone is that wrong all the time, it must be medical, right? All right, we'll do this. Oh, boo. Okay. Oh, well. Oh, well. This is very different from the programming streams when I am so polite and kind to everyone. Here, I feel like when you do gaming, you kind of have to be on board with all this abuse, right? Not... Okay, glass. Not because we want to, it's just mandatory. Okay, 4 of a kind, we'll take it. Should we do a reroll? Oh, boo. All right. 3 of a kind is upgraded only to level 2. That kind of sucks a little. You reckon we should do anti-voucher? I mean, you say that, but I'm also sort of hearing that you say sell the bus. I don't know what you mean by that. Should we sell the bus? Game of words. There you go. Should we not? Do you guys not want the bus anymore? Should we get rid of it? This game is not fast paced enough. Oh, this was a bit unfortunate though. We don't need it yet. Nah, don't want it. Okay, well, I haven't really done much with this deck, so I sort of feel like this deck is a little bit in the toilet now. Keep the bus, throw the bus, buy the bus, for the bus. All right. Yeah, I don't know. So we need to get more steel though, right? We're getting a lot of money. So I should probably not skimp out on these things. We definitely need this if we're gonna get past the next ante. Another 3 of a kind. Not ready for Planet Extra just yet. See, this one at ante 5 is a bit too late to start scaling that up. I mean, we gotta do something. There's no point in having that. What a somber and serious situation it became. Oh yeah, I'm losing money now. But money is not an issue here, right? Unlike real life, money is just whatever here. We need them aces. Select the cards, man. Oh yeah, let's play the tens for the fun of it. And then we make bonus cards out of YouTubes. There we go. All right, we're just gonna win this and save the rest in interest. We're getting so much money from this anyway, so it's sort of a non-issue. But I think we are gonna, if we don't get like a multiplier and sort this out, I think we're in a spot of trouble here for realsies. Okay, that one's good. Let's make some glass while we're here as well to upgrade that. Oh, and then there's nothing I want to throw away. What a complete rubbish. Okay, more steel. Yes. We'll take the increased interest cap as well. Ah, Emperor is good. But we could get another steel card. So let's do that. Oh, I do like card sharp. So we're getting 9 at every round with this thing. I'm gonna get card sharp in. Remember there's a blueprint in the shop somewhere as well. So that one is only 1.8. I thought it was more than that. Okay, but it's going to be 1.9 once we get through this. And if we play 3 of a kinds now, we should look pretty handsome doing that. See if we can activate this thing. Let's go. Let's bank on the 6s for now. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna be greedy. Okay, we're definitely gonna do this. And I'm gonna glass this. We'll make you into a steel card, obviously. Oh, I'm gonna find it hard to trigger that one. I just want to see the point output if we can. Okay, we're gonna win on these high cards. Oh, you boo. Absolutely stupid, but okay. Hello, Janelle. I can quit whenever I want. That would have been pretty good. But we're too far into this guy now, and certainly not swapping that out. That's our money. All right. How you doing this fine day? You know what? I think we're gonna activate high card as a little bit of a backup strat here. We'll buy it for that guy. Yeah, okay, that was dumb. Okay, let's see. So we are gonna play. We'll do this. And then we're not gonna convert anything to glass. Right, so we've activated a pair, so we at least got that going for us. So this should look pretty good now. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're gonna discard these two. Ah, nice. But no three of a kind yet. Or do we win on this one? Oh yeah, I clocked in some 15,000 steps yesterday. I went for 3 walks. Should we do it? Should we do it? Let's stick some money on there. I'm taking this game too seriously now. Lucky duckies. Shall we make some lucky cards? We can make you two lucky. All right. Oh, Michael, no. All right. Wow. I have no idea what that is. Okay, that was an ace. Damn it. So we had 3 aces. Okay, we got 3 aces again, though. It's a non-issue. How many? So we got 5, 6, 7, 9. 5, 6, 7, and 9. So it really what's interested in here is the 9. Everything else can go. That's an ace, obviously. Don't even know what that is. Wow, 4, what kind? Should we just play it and move on? Oh, pants. We didn't even win on that one. All right, then. That was a bit sketchy, wasn't it? Steep hill boss is worst boss. Hey, Phil, thank you so much. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Ah, look at that. We are definitely doing this one. Or thank you so much for the gift to Johnny. We could strengthen the 9 and the king to an ace. We don't need playing. Ah, let's buy it. Oh no, it actually worked. No, that doesn't happen. Nice. Okay, we'll try not to play high card. We go for pair this time. And get rid of you. How you doing, Phil? All right, so we're gonna play pairs now. You gotta show your desk, man. Gotta show your desk. I'm not being very good at ranking this one up, I have to say. I should probably do a better job with that. Ooh. Oh, the tarot card joker is good. Now you're being sensible, and that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, okay? I don't know why you have decided to become sensible and how that's... What am I supposed to do with that? All right, let's just use this one. Okay, yeah, we can swing this. Tarot card joker is really fun. If you have the tarot card joker with the fortune teller, it's even better. Good, easy to use, yes. All right, let's just see. Extra large blind. I think we should be fine though. So let's see what we're gonna do here. We're gonna trigger the pair. So we activate card shop. So now we got a pair going for us. And we can do that again. That can become another 10. So we're going to hang on to that one and see if we get another. How many 9s do we have left now on a full deck? 3. So we'd rather have the 10s. Let's play this pair. I hope we don't win on this. No, we're good. Ooh, okay. And then get some money. All right, we're going to win on this. Doing great, mate. Yeah, you can just put it in like general casual chat, Janelle. I did a video, a YouTube short, Phil, from, well, you get it. If you didn't see it, let me link this to you. It's you get it. For some reason that has stuck with me forever. It's stuck with me forever, Phil. Oh, Constellation is so good, but at anti-7, why would we? This one is fun. This one is fun because of what it is, but we need more steel now. None of these are steel cards, but we can make a stone card out of the queen instead of trying to do anything else with that. Stone card is fine. Oh, 5 of a kind. That's a bit of a reach, but a full house, never gonna use it. Campfire. Damn it. So this one is only good if you're willing to sell a bunch of your cards, right? But who wants to sell their jokers and their cards? I mean, we want these cards. The flower pot could work here. No, I think the campfire is trash, so we're not gonna take that one. Thank you, Phil. I get another one coming out in 3 days. 3 of a kind. All right, we need to get the 9 in there. Maybe you can make us some money. Oh shit, no, this is the boss. Ooh. We need another 9. Yeah, this didn't pan out too well, did it? So what do we have the most of? 6 on high card. Three of a kind. Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky situation now. We might have to make glass here. So we got level 4 there and level 6 there. So we do this, and maybe if we're lucky duckies, we can get something really good to get on with. Oh, look at that. I mean, arguably we could probably just win with this card, couldn't we? Let's try it. Oh, so close. All right, can we win with this card then? And then we get to upgrade that one. Then we get to upgrade this one. I can feel the the desire to make choices for me in chat. Full mall would be good. Hangman would be great if we actually had something to bin. What should we do here? I don't want to remove any of these cards, even though they're low cards. We could level up a high card. We could make another ace. We should have had the Empress though. I wouldn't be against getting an Empress. We kind of have to take the, but we don't really need the money, right? Let's rather make a, there's no steel in here either. Let's get more aces. Oh yeah, we totally could ditch the rocket. What's the blind? A large blind. Okay, that could actually be problematic. All right, we're gonna hang on to the rocket for a wee bit longer. Our high card is better than our pair. The only thing better than a high card is 3 of a kind. That's kind of a shitty situation to be in. Should we maybe level up a pair or not? How much do we get for a pair? 15, so we're gonna be pretty good now. Oh shit, I went too far again. Look at how much money we're getting from that stupid rocket. Okay. Omega Arcane. So we get to pick 2. So the mall definitely has to happen. Then we could... We're going to take that one. But should we do more mall here? We have no strength to do, and then we just take the money, which we don't need. Let's see if there's any cool cards in here. We could take the queen and the 4. Oh no, are you stupid? We need an ace. Just don't answer that. Okay, we can have that one. Glass. We got rid of all the 9s. Oh, I would have liked the trading card to be there from the start, not now. Okay. Oh, for this one, we can probably play that one for the money. We'll make you into a stone card as well. Activate high card. Play this for the dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-dum-dum. Money, na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, shit. 135 on a high card. All right. In that case, we can just play a couple of high cards. Hello, Hermit. We can just play a couple of high cards and be done with it then. Oh, yeah. I need to deal with my cable management as well. Oh, I can't use that for anything. It's going to be money. Yeah, I was looking at some video footage that I took, and I definitely need to update the cable management. I've made some changes to my. Oh man, stop taunting me with the constellation, you bastard! We have no face cards. All right, 1 pair. This is the last run, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's too late for you. 2 pairs again. So that's a question and a half, Janelle. Activate high card. Let's play this one. Let's play glass. This is fun. Oh, yes, we are not in some surefire situation here. Oh no, shit! Oh well. Alright, never mind. Yeah, so I have a thank you, Oculus. I have a monitor arm for the middle monitor. And I have but not for any of the other monitors. Cable management is just you can buy cheap Velcro, like a spool of Velcro, and then just wrap your cables up in that and then attach that to your desk, right? Yeah, but it's fun to do, Jonil, right? But my cable management isn't super good. I need to fix things. But yeah, I have a decent monitor arm for one monitor, two monitors without monitor arms, and they suck. Anyway, I gotta go and deal with food and family. You guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out. Next time we play Balatro, I will do more outrageously clever things. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the subs as well. Cheers.